आप उधर हो फिर सामने फिर मैं सामने चला जाऊं तो बॉयज कम ऑन आप थर्ड मैन जाइए आप सामने चले जाओ ना आप उधर से उधर चले जाओ ना फिर इधर से इधर आओ
Well, Saturday morning, the morning after the night before for some. And the news from the middle is that Balbriggan won the toss and have elected to field under the hottest day of the year. It's not too hot, it can't be too hot. So Pembroke will have first use of the track. They'll be hoping to get off to a good start and put up a decent total here. The outfield's going to be fast, we know that. Fast and dusty. There won't be too many people willing to dive all over the place, that's for sure. Well, as we prepare to get underway here at Sydney Parade, the umpire gives the bowler the OK. The bowler is now starting with what I would call a 1, 2, 3, 4, 4-3 field, 2 slips in place as well. I can only assume that there is. I don't know, it's so long since I did a league game. Dot ball to start with. R. Hadley opening the bowling from the St John's end. Our umpires today: Willie Clark, Willie Houston. As Fran Calm once said, with you lot it's all Willie, Willie, Willie. This is Dermot Tucker facing at the moment. It's a good pace ball. And again, a big puff of dust, just showing how dry conditions are here. Well, not too many of the thirds winning cup team from last night are still here. But what a beautiful day. And wherever you are, whoever you are, thank you for tuning in. Three dot balls to start. It's a fairly handy beginning. I just might have to move this table back a bit, I think. A desperate attempt to stay in the shade. Oh, big expansive drivers. That one goes through to the right of the keeper. Oh, that was close to taking an edge. We're playing on an exceptionally big, well, for Pembroke, exceptionally big pitch today. Another good ball, well up to Dermot. Gets his bat, front foot forward, bat to it.
Good fillers, great start, Joe. Come on, Eddie.
My golly, it's warm out there. Don't envy a fast bowler, as Dermot finally finds one with a bit of width and he plays it out square on the offside. It's running down towards the boundary. It's stopped inches in front of it. Oh, my word. Oh, there's plenty of runs there now.
It's 8. 8.
Well, let's find out how many that is.
8.
8. I don't think I've ever seen an 8 before.
Yep, I don't think I've ever seen an 8 before. 8. No, they could come back to the 4. Is that the 4? Yeah. That's the most you can get off. Technically, the most you can get. Unless you're running 5, like this is impossible.
Well, 8 off 1 ball. My goodness. That's going some, isn't it? I've had a
We had it all run 4 last night.
Yeah.
They were looking for another one there and got an extra bonus.
Yeah. I've had a 7 and a 5. But that's as far as I've got. Only 5 minutes into the game. And already a bit of history for me. Well, the keeper was just through. He didn't look to see if anyone was at the stumps or backing up, and he wasn't. Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, what a start. Oh, the players are now questioning the umpires. That isn't a wise decision. They awarded 8. 8 were awarded. That's it.
Need to replay it to prove.
Oh, that was very close to taking the edge. My concern from a Balbriggan point of view would be how many overs can you fast bowler bowl before he's absolutely wiped out? It is so hot out there. They should be stopping every 10 overs for drinks today. I know I will be. Nicely played away down towards third. The fielder chasing it, gets to it before the fielder at deep third comes up to it.
Great start, Andy. It's your man, Andy.
Well, it's not often you see. He's off the first over.
Yes, Andy. Love that, Andy.
Would have been better for Balbriggan if the fielder on the far side by the railway hadn't got to it. Well, there's a health and safety nightmare.
He's going to make a mistake now, eh?
Yep.
Oh, climbing out of the new Velux.
Yes, Andy. Yes, Andy.
It looks like they're just waiting for the glazier now on that new media centre on Park Lane. Wouldn't it be nice if my Euro Millions ticket to come through?
Thanks for doing the work. How much do you want for it now?
Yeah.
Andy, you deserve it.
Yeah.
Your man, Andy. Your man.
I don't know, the fine weather always seems to bring out helicopters. That one's a bit wide. Oh, that flew a bit through to the keeper. Well taken by the keeper. First slip, was getting worried. Well, there seems to be a question about some painkillers for somebody in the middle. That's what I picked up off Dougal there. I have soluble sulfidine if anybody needs it. Another one just past the edge of the bat. The more this happens, the more frustrated and the more draining this afternoon will be for Balbriggan. They'll be looking to break this partnership and get into the Pembroke order as soon as possible. Last time I looked at the league table, Pembroke were third from bottom, Balbriggan were top. But if Pembroke win this, they could go third with YM going top of the table. It's a really tight year this year, and it's great to see that level of competition in the Premier League of Leinster cricket. I have some here, Niall, if somebody is looking for painkillers. It appears it's the wicketkeeper who's in need of the pain relief. That clicking in the background you hear is the new Velox windows going up at Park Lane, pretty much behind the bowler. On pitch 5, 6, 7. As Hadley now to continue from the Willfield Road end. Over number 3 to begin, 10 on the board. Definitely a day for a chair, is it now? Well played. Played out to the covers where it's well fielded. It's a dot ball, but that's good cricket all round. This is top quality cricket here from both sides so far. And what a glorious, glorious day it is. I'm going to have to look at a thesaurus for the new season and come up with better words than glorious. Fabulous, gorgeous. Well, there's 2 more. Shows the limit of my education. Hadley now charging in. It's a good, quick, fast run-up for a guy who looks about 6'4". And this time it's played out wide of extra cover. And they pick up a single. That'll bring Dermot Tucker back on strike. Yeah, health and safety gone mad. Before. Well, there you go. Let's hope he goes out with a bang. I wouldn't say there'd be too much cricket in South Korea for young DC. But South Korea, well, let's hope it is South Korea. He's not slipping off to North Korea, no? Him and Dennis Rodman, yeah. But what an opportunity for a young lad to get to go to South Korea. Do you know which part of South Korea he's going to? I only ask because I only know one city in South Korea, and that's Seoul, so. Well, one hopes he gets a chance to visit the DMC. Oh, he nearly Dermot Tucker there. Expansive drive. And what's he doing over there, Amanda? Part of his degree. Excellent. Well, he's either working in electronics, car manufacturing, or espionage. Well, as I say, it's either electronics, car manufacturing, or espionage. Those are the 3 things South Korea particularly good at. Keeping an eye on their northern neighbour. Their northern neighbour has offered tens of thousands of troops to Vladimir Putin for his invasion of Ukraine. Really dug that one in as well, but played nicely away, just down to gully. Good morning, Ashley. How are you? Good, good. It's a great day, isn't it? Ashley Balbriggan completes his first lap of the morning. The guy who's going down the bottom ladder is the guy that was nearly hit during the Interprovincial Festival. Just played away with the bottom of the bat. I suspect that's quite an empty dart heading into town, but wait until you see the one heading back out to Bray. Well, that's 3 overs done, and it feels like we've been out here for an hour already. Just feels like an hour. I wouldn't have been surprised after you staying here all night if you'd have turned around and said, "Do you know what? Not today." Use your phone and do Facebook Live. Well, fair play to Niall. He enjoyed the celebrations of the third 11 last night. So who was here late? He's not naming names. Big effort ball. Do you want anything? I have biscuits and stuff. Nicely played away. A defensive shot that flew up to mid-on. Andy Darroch bowling from the nursery end. He's been very tidy so far. There are only 2 off his first over. Very still DC. Gets into position. Just plays that one out. 3 balls to come in the over. Now you know I have to go at 5 today. So if there's any budding commentators out there who wish to take over for the last couple of hours of this game, they're more than welcome to come down. Come down to the comm centre. Comm centre. It's a gazebo. Oh, that's wide, and it's beaten the fielder at point, and that's run all the way to the boundary, hits into the fence, and that's another 4 onto the total. It's a super shot from DC. I suspect these batsmen are going to go through a fair few pairs of gloves. Anybody who puts together a long, lengthy innings today, it's going to be very sticky out there. 18 of you tuned in now, watching Pembroke first. As always, you can always get in touch with us via the wonders of social media. At Craig PCC. That gets me on Twitter.
Yes, lads. Come on, Andy. Come on, lads. Come on, lads.
Another one played nicely away. Oh, it gets past the fielder again. That will let them get through for the single. That was just a little bit sloppy in the gully. And that's the end of the 4th over, and the score has moved on to 16 for the loss of no wickets. That's an excellent start for Pembroke. Hadley will again continue from the Wheelfield Road end. Umpire Willie Houston.
What do you think of a little one with a guy? What do you think of a guy?
One's coming.
Keeper just having a word with Andy Durrock, who just finished his over.
Go boys, go boys.
Suggesting something he's seen the batsman doing. And Hadley comes in now. Really sprints into the wicket. I haven't come across Mr. Hadley before, and I'm glad I'm not facing him. Well, there's plenty of umbrellas down in Pembroke now, thanks to the beer companies of Madry and Peroni. The red and blue. I kind of liked it when he had the Franciscan Well black and the Madry red. Kind of suited the club colours. Oh, nobody's catching that. 2 bounces on the clubhouse roof off a top edge and 6 more runs.
That's gone into the house.
Did you see it?
It's gone in.
It's gone into the house.
Did you see it? Did you? Well, that's one ball got rid of.
So you need a ball. You need another ball.
You know which one?
Yeah, the detached one at the end.
Excuse me, can we have our ball back? Hell of a 6.
Yeah.
Where the water is.
There was a cry of catch it, but to be honest with you, the only person who could have called that would have been Bill Dwyer if he'd been up on the roof. Is this the 8, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. They'd completed the run before the ball crossed the boundary.
It's when he threw the ball, where were they? And they crossed.
Yep. We're happy enough with that. Don't often see an 8.
Oh yeah, definitely.
How are you?
Very good.
Good, good. Well, aren't you glad they chose to field first?
It's bizarre, isn't it?
I was stunned.
I asked Theo if he won the toss, what would he have done, and he said he would have batted.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's obviously worked for them or something. They are very strong.
I mean, they're a strong side and everything. You don't get to be top of the league without being a strong side, but to spend 5 hours under this sun, while the rest of you are inside, in the shade, ice packs, whatever you need to stay cool, and it would be a lot cooler then when you're in the field. Oh, the umpire's being given a selection of what I would call net balls. And they seem to have picked 3 or 4 of them. They're obviously expecting Cosgrave to go big today. Well, that was a fabulous 6 anyway. The ball was put in short and he wasn't afraid to take it on. And it was a bit top edgish, but it landed right on top of the clubhouse. Yeah, he is quick, isn't he? Has he just burst onto the scene? Has he been around for a while? Wow. Fine signing for Balbriggan, that's for sure. I see Nigel Jones has signed for Pembroke.
Yeah. Not sure if that's tough.
No.
It's gone into one of that grounds.
It was cricket minister received the forms anyway. Yeah. Yep, they do make such a difference. Right, well, we'll get you in the booth later on. Do a bit of commentary on the actual play. Donica Tucker there, one of the leading wicket takers on this Pembroke side this year. It's been an up and down season for the Brook. Brook do very well in cups this year, not so well in leagues.
I think he has it ready to play. Now, somebody threw the ball from the garden over, so he's coming down the
Well, play still suspended as they look for that ball. Next time Mr. Cosgrave might just be a bit more careful with his brute strength. And the ball has been found.
don't worry, I got the ball. Yeah.
Well, perhaps the extra 3 minutes out the back were Connor throwing it against the wall a few times, knocking some lumps out of it. No, not at all. Not at all. The ball has been retrieved. Very thanks to the people in the garden for tossing it back over the wall.
And Karen for knocking on the door.
Karen knocked on the door and said, "Can we have our ball back, please?" Well, Karen McCarthy, thank you very much. Simon, go and put the kettle on. Make Karen a cup of tea. I see the viewing window in the Chunky household. The window is open, but the curtain is drawn.
Yeah, I think Chunky must have got to put the kettle on.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, that was a hell of a shot. How is Hadley going to reply for that now? One feels that one of full length would be the way to go. And that's what he tries. And Cosgrave just plays it away on the offside. And again, you just feel that every minute that these Balbriggan players are out in the sun, were you badly stung as a child?
I was stung on the toe.
Well, if you're going to kiss the wasp.
Sandwich and I ate.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, crunchy and everything.
Yeah. Stung my tongue.
Oh no. It's quite dangerous, that is. The irrational fear you now have.
Survived getting stung in the toe.
You're not going to die after that.
You don't need to carry an EpiPen.
Come on, boys. Quickly hard. Go to work, fellas. Go to work. Come on.
Do you know, I haven't played in Balbriggan, I'd say, in 20 years, this century. Just the way the teams go in the leagues. I went through a few years where a trip out to Balbriggan behind the church was an annual event. And suddenly, well, the Balbriggan teams got better and I got worse. And it's been 20 years since I've taken a trip out to what is now Albert Harper Park. There used to be a great ridge across the square.
Always into pros.
Come on, boys.
No, I don't think so. I think I'm okay at the moment.
Good head, Z. Good head, Z.
Strangled appeal there from the Balbriggan players, and that sees the end of the fifth over. Undo the top two. Smell of cut grass in the morning. It's a lovely feeling. Well, 22 without loss, off 5. Pembroke will be happy enough. So far they've had a top edge 6 from DC that was beautifully put onto the roof of the pavilion and off into the gardens. And Dermot Tucker had an 8 off one shot in the first over. Derek to continue now. This will be his third. A great ball, just going past the outside edge of the bat. As I say, a tough day to bowl continually fast. One wonders how long it will be before bowlers start trying a slower ball or something different or an off-cutter, just as much as energy preservation as how to get a batsman out. That one not getting up as much as one would have thought it would, being pitched that short.
Love this, Andy. Love this, Andy. Let's get more Andy.
Oh yeah, how are things?
Oh, lads, let's
Yeah,
go.
good. There's a couple of good bowlers you have there.
I'm gonna come, Bobo.
Yeah, we could do, well, if God would do something sensible like let it rain at night and then the days be clear, then I'd be happy. That one just taking in the face of the bat and running down first slip.
Come on, lads. Let's go. Now we're bowling, Andy. Let's get bowling there, buddy.
Andy Derrick has found a good line and a good length at this stage.
Yeah, lads. Yeah, lads.
The decision to field first. That was interesting.
Yeah, we weren't sure about the wicket. We thought, you know, wasn't sure if it was going to go differently later.
Yeah.
Just try and chase the target.
Yes, Andy. I love
Whatever it's set
that,
for.
Andy.
Chasing a target's worked well for you so far this year.
It has been a couple of games.
Yeah.
So if the wicket is flat, it's the same for both teams.
Yes,
You know.
Andy.
They know
Yes,
what
Andy.
to do. So
Yeah, it does make it easier, doesn't it?
I think they know the ground a bit better than us, chasing as well. So
Right. Well, it's incredibly fast and dusty at the moment, as you say. Could really do with a few thousand litres of water. Nicely played away on the offside. Fielder very deep on the ring, and that allows the single to go through, even with the neat fielding.
it might backfire on us if the wicket starts turning square this afternoon.
People start collapsing from the heat as well.
It's the fielding out there for 4 hours under this sun. It's just going to be.
If you look at all the inter-pro games here, a lot of the teams will chase.
Yeah.
I think it's a good chasing ground with the being so big.
Well, we'll catch you again later. Get you actually on mic. Andre Bertha, coach of Balbriggan, sharing his views, saying that Balbriggan would like to chase on this ground and batting first. Batting second, they didn't want to give Pembroke a chance of batting second and chasing down a target. They'd rather know what they need and go about it that way. But as I say, even just standing up in this sun for 4 hours, very draining. See, Jimmy Crow's arrived. He's on the wall. 21 of you out there have decided to stay in the shade and watch the game with us on YouTube. Thank you very much. It does make getting out of bed on a Saturday morning a bit easier, knowing that people are going to be watching.
Very weird. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
27 on the board now. And this is the 7th over. Dermot Tucker, happy enough, just let that one go through to the keeper. Short and wide.
Keep going, yeah, gentlemen. Let's go on.
sure you don't want a coffee? No, a coffee. Do you want to go and get one?
Do you want to go and get one?
Yes, he does.
Do you want a breakfast roll or something?
Thank you.
Do you want anything to eat?
Chicken fillet roll, Niall. A croissant. Even
Oh, the bonus euro purchase with the coffee.
you can have any Danish, according to the signs on the coffee machine. According to the person at the counter, it's butter croissant only. Croissant de bear, isn't that what it is?
Anyway, we know what you mean. Do you want anything?
Mm.
What do you want? No, walk up.
Oh, that's gone all over the place. My goodness, we're getting everything in this game today. First of all, there's an 8 in the opening over. And this time the wicketkeeper can do nothing but deflect it over the head of the slips and let Pembroke through for a single. Could you get me a... I think it's just a bottle of water.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Come on, boys.
Balbriggan are having no luck. No luck as yet. Another good pace ball. And the other question, of course, is how long will the Balbriggan captain run his 2 openers? This is the 4th over for Hadley. He's getting some encouragement in the field, but as he gets towards bowling 20-odd balls, what are we talking about? He's running 20 yards each ball.
Come on, big fella, let's go.
Well, without tying a step counter to him, we wouldn't be too short. Lads, just be aware those are live mics. Durrock now to continue for his 4th over. Played away on the offside. It's through the ring. It's going to run away to the... There is no stopping a ball once it gets past the ring today. That is so quick, that outfield. Another 4 for Pembroke. The applause coming from inside the hall where most of the Pembroke players seem to be taking shade. And I can't say I blame them. Bit of a breeze picking up, taking off the top 2 degrees from the heat. So I keep talking about the heat here. How hot is it where our viewers are? One thuds into the pads, there'll be no run. I see Scotland are playing the USA today at cricket. It just doesn't, not that it doesn't sound right, but it sounds strange. What sport would you normally see between America and Scotland? Plenty of encouragement in the field for the bowler. What were you thinking of? That one just hit down the ground. Easy enough for the fielder to pick it up and prevent any runs there. The most heartening thing this week was last weekend when we weren't streaming, in how many people got in touch to say, where do I find the stream? Well, normal service is resumed now. Eight overs gone, 32 on the board. Consistently sort of 4 and over so far in this innings. You think that 14 of those runs came from 2 balls. Yeah, but I don't think Pembroke was too upset at how the runs are coming. Played away. This will bring Hadley halfway through his spell of 10 overs. Well, not spell, but allocation of 10 overs. Well, he's young and he's fit. There was a time now when we would have done it. But time has passed now, obviously. But there would have been days when we... Oh, it's in the air, and it's a super diving catch in the gully. Number 88. Diving full length to his right to intercept and catch. And that's DC done for the day. Done for the season with the bat. He falls for 17. And as you can tell from Dougal, on the ground mic, DC's just a little bit disappointed with that. That's a shame for him and a shame for Pembroke, but it's due reward for Hadley. He's been bowling very well from the Willfield Road end, from the St John's end, and that was a super catch. Flies out. You can see from DC's reaction just how disappointed he is that he just lifted that through. It's a good full-length diving catch. So 1 wicket down, 32 on the board. The opening partnership of 32. A solid start.
Come on, fellas. Excellent work, Rhino.
Bit of talking in the field causes the batsman. Number 3 today, Joe Prendergast. How his stock has risen this year. And now he's going in number 3. He's one of 5 centurions in the men's section well, in the club, I suspect.
Come on, lads. Working hard, boys.
To have recorded a century this year. Joe got his first for the second 11. Now he finds himself number 3 for the first 11. Plays one away. Well, that's a super piece of fielding again. In the space of 2 balls. He's taken a catch and done a super piece of fielding. 32 for 1. Well, the opener's job is usually to see off the opening bowlers. And one feels like the third cup final last night. The opening pair have done most of it. That's bat off the ground.
Good effort, lads. Good effort. Good Fletchy. Good Fletchy. Yeah, buddy. Well done, Brian. Well done, boys. Well done. Yeah, lads. Well done.
The umpires are conferring after that. I don't know whether it's... And they both agree. Not out. Balbriggan's celebrations cut short. Joe Prendergast. Well, that's water off the docks back to him. He'll be fine about that. And just get on with his game. And wait for the next ball. Joe having to hit reset now. As we see the replay. The ball has hit the ground after the bat. Well, it didn't look out to me, and it didn't look out to the umpires. Only one of those opinions counts, and it's not mine. Joe just pushes it down on the offside, just defending it. Takes a quick single, gets himself off the mark, gets himself up the other end. Often the best place to watch the game from. This chair is going to break soon. You can hear the rotten wood because as I lean forward and lean back. Can you hear it? Hadley putting one outside off. Tucker just playing it into the off-field side, and that's the end of Hadley's 5th over. He's taken a wicket in it, which suggests that his captain might keep him on for another. Andy Durrock now to continue and bowl his 5th over. And this over will take us up to the 10-over mark. One wonders how often they'll take drinks here. I would have said every 10 overs. What do you think? 16, 32 and 50? 17, 34 and 50? Of course, they won't be taking a drinks break at 50. They'll be having a break and some drinks. Late appeal from the bowler. As soon as Willie Clark shook his head, the appeal stopped. Well, all these close ones are certainly giving encouragement to Balbriggan. And as you can hear on our ground microphone, Andy Durrock getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates. He certainly is looking like he's going to pick up a wicket or two with catches at slip today, or behind. But this time he strays onto the body. Tucker sends Prendergast back very quickly. It's definitely a target. They might as well have put a roundel on it, to be honest. I mean, it's not a target for me. I'd never reach there, but these first team players can. And do. Oh. Prendergast is just fencing at that with a sort of Zorro shot. Well, Balbriggan certainly a cosmopolitan side. I'm hearing Southern Hemisphere voices, subcontinental voices. Oh, big flashing blade outside off. 2 to come in the over. Willie Clark not only wearing the wide-brimmed hat today, but he also appears to have on a sweatband. There's only one player I know who wears a sweatband when he's batting. Kevin Ryan. Just to keep the sweat out of his eyes. Very warm under a helmet, I imagine. I imagine, because I don't wear one. Another flashing blade from Prendergast, and then he plays the shot that maybe he should have played in a sort of Ian McElwain-esque way. Do you remember that? You'd have a big flash at something outside off, and then
Most beautifully cultured little.
yeah. Yeah. Absolute classic for that. Guy who always turned out in immaculate gear. His whites were very definitely white. The accuracy of these bowlers is shown by the fields. He's bowling to a 6-3 field. Just the 3 fielders on the leg side for Andy Dorrick. And he's just having a quick word with Willie Clark. I think it's more about footwork than it is about decisions given out. So that's the end of the first power play. Willie Houston down the end is either signalling the second power play or the end of the first, or he's signalling that he wants a big biscuit. How big, Willie? That big. So Pembroke off to a decent start. The run rate has slowed since the wicket fell, but that's what happens when wickets fall. 33 off 10. And Hadley to continue. Still working with 2 slips. Well, Balbriggan are certainly celebrating this time. I think it came off the edge of the bat.
Oh yes.
Did it carry to the keeper? I felt it did.
Here you go.
Umpire explaining his not out decision. Balbriggan, there's an awful lot of teapots out there. Hands on hips. Well, you make up your own mind from the replays.
Yeah.
I couldn't, but I'm half blind anyway. I'd need different glasses, bigger screen. Sure, people who are at home watching it on their big LG smart TVs, tuned into YouTube, will come back to us and tell us exactly what the story is there.
Come on. Good, Aziz.
Sean Smith has come in, and he's quite right, and what a memory. He remembers Ivor Harkin. Ivor Harkin, used to bat with a bandana under his helmet. Yes, Ivor, who went off to the UK, I think the University of Sunderland or Teesside or Tyneside. Definitely up in the north east, and definitely educational. But yes, used to wear it bowling as well. Did keep it nice and long though. Well, Sean Smith said it was not out on his big HD TV.
That was my initial thoughts as well. Here's one other quick look.
Come on, headers. Good energies, fellas. Good energies. Come on. Keep it up, backers.
Surely his body's in the way of that shot.
Come, lads. Come,
I
lads.
wasn't sure at the screen I was looking at.
But we'll go with Sean. He's watching. He's right. Not out. Oh, let's be honest, the umpires made that decision.
Come, lads. Yeah. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on.
Balbriggan with their tails up a little bit as I see the food truck has arrived. Short ball. Dermot Tucker just tucks it off his hips, plays it into the vacant area, takes the single.
And how can you see, even if you're standing like this, how can you see something? You can't. Standing from that angle, behind you.
Well, Mr. Lewis in the slips, still debating the umpire's decision. And here we go. This will be the first chat with the Balbriggan captain. Willie Clark, he's not going to put up with any nonsense. The discussion amongst the Balbriggan players. Perhaps the bowler has said a few words too. It looks like this one's going to go to disciplinary to start with. A level 1, level 2. Or is he just explaining the decision in a hope of quelling any dissent? But at this stage I feel that the umpire's not prepared to let the grumbling go on. We, on the other hand, are going on Sean Smith's not out on his big HD TV. Thanks to Niall's many replays.
Can you see? No, over here.
Yeah, go on.
Nearly hit. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it there.
Yep, you definitely see it bouncing. I think you should show that.
What happened?
That's a challenge.
Well,
What happened?
Joe edged one down, and the keeper went and sort of scooped at it, going backwards and pushing his arm forwards. Got the ball into his glove and big appeals and everything else, and the umpires gave it not out, and it's led to a bit of chat and a bit of I wouldn't say dissent, but questioning. But we put it out to our viewer, and our viewer came back and said, I was watching it on big screen HD TV and it was not out, and now Niall has just pulled up a replay that shows the ball quite clearly bouncing before the keeper's gloves. Pooey, how are you today?
I'm good. How are things?
Not bad, not bad.
And a butter
Oh,
cross.
that's.
Played away, past the slips, third man coming round, he'll get it eventually, and he'll keep it just to a single. Well, it's the end of the over, and now the technological challenge continues. That's certainly a definitive bit of film.
Do you take sugar now?
Just pure coffee.
Nobody takes sugar, right?
Just me. Thank you very much.
Few
That's
packets of
perfect.
sugar for
I might need those later. So Durrock to continue now from the nursery end. This will be his 6th, and you wonder again how much longer the Balbriggan captain is going to keep his fast bowlers going.
Today's not the day I can be bothered to connect that up to try and show it.
All right.
It's too hard. Just point the screen up.
What would happen if you pointed your camera at the screen?
Well, I started trying. I can't even do that easily.
Okay.
That's why I just get.
Okay. Well, perhaps we'll leave that until the mid-innings break and see if we can figure out some way of, even if I record it on my phone and then show my phone to the camera. But it was definitive. The ball definitely bounced before the keeper's gloves. The umpire was absolutely spot on. Willie Clark. You get the feeling with all the cheering going on in the field and the encouragement for the bowler that there's an element of feeling hard done by from Balbriggan here at the moment. There's a them versus us sort of situation.
Well, it is. But it doesn't have to be like that because ultimately the umpire has made the decision.
And made the correct decision. And you know, no matter what the umpire's decision is, it's correct because that's what's in the book. So how busy was the Strand? I'd say the car parks. Car parks are all full?
Car parks are full. There are families that have set up camp, quite literally camp, for the day and evening.
No, I'd say you wouldn't be able to buy a barbecue coal anywhere in Dublin at the moment.
No. Max has them.
Well, that's a good ball, well pitched up.
There's an odd retail salad tonight, I think, Max, if you're listening.
Oh, there's some good chirping going on there. You can't play on the leg side and all sorts of little things there. There's a mind the windows Tino about this one.
Who is that? JP, is it?
It's JP. JP in the short sleeves. And there we go, big swing there. Do you see the? Yeah, but the chirp induced a massive swing. I don't know. It didn't matter where that ball was. Hmm?
Can you see ball moving anywhere?
You'd have to you come and watch on the screen yourself. What do you think I am, your scout? This one here. It's been a good opening spell from Balbriggan, but Pembroke seemed to have weathered most of it. This one, just Joe gets in line, plays it down. I don't think he's getting a little bit that way because the amount of times he's got it to go past that outside edge. So I suspect it's more when it lands on the seam than him swinging it. You should have seen this 14-year-old girl last night, 3 feet. She was hooping it that much. I swear to God, it was just whoosh. And then when it pitched, it cut as well. Oh, it was magnificent. 14 years old.
Who was that bowling?
Last night, Cyan.
Oh, for Phoenix.
For Phoenix, yeah. Oh, direct hit. Would have seen Joe absolutely livid with the bowler. Ah, here we go. Words between batsman and bowler. And the umpire goes straight to Joe to have the word. Laying down the law, and that's the way to deal with Joe. Oh, has he pulled out a yellow card?
There are things like that available to them now.
Yeah.
A few years. Yet to see it.
He's just got too rich.
And Joe, who likes to have the last word.
Sorry, lads, sorry. Not trying to cheat.
It's talking about obstruction here. And Joe just needs to have the last word. And the umpires in Balbriggan aren't letting him. So he continues it.
Replay that last ball or something.
Yeah.
It's starting to look like it, but this game is I mean, the heat has got people's tempers on edge anyway, I think. There's a lot of heat on and off the pitch here now today. Who's on? Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
No, just stop. Just stop. Take a breath. Just take a breath. Stop.
Count to 10.
Just say one. Oh, just stand there. No, get off me. Stand there.
Ready?
Yeah.
Now, Woody Clark's been in the wrong there. He's put a hand on a player. He can't do that, even to guide him. The bowler's done nothing wrong there.
Yes, it's back to the.
Is that any better? Where was he meant to go? However,
Right.
umpire and slip still exchanging words. Again, why do people feel the need to have the last word? Is there a rule that if you have the last word, you've won? Is that what it is? No matter what the argument is or what your position is, if you say the last thing that's said, you're the winner. Oh, it's ridiculous. Do you want to sit down? Because I can switch across to here, no problem at all. I'll mute that one. Well, I told you this match was having everything. It's got chats between players and umpires, players and players of Balbriggan. I don't know. I don't know who's in the team. I'm just very, very, very grateful to Balbriggan for putting their players' names on their shirts. It's up in the air, it goes past point, and it's safe, and it goes down to the boundary where it's neatly fielded, more by accident than design, but it doesn't stop Pembroke picking up 2 runs. Ball in the air, and we're back to actually playing cricket again. 39 for 1 on the board now. So it is the change of bowling from the. Oh, you're joking. I don't think so.
I heard something, but I don't know if
It was bat on the ground, I thought. Oh, over to our.
Touch.
As soon as Niall touches something off screen. Hey, that one, I don't think. Look. All that's been going on.
Didn't say much.
sounded like that on the ground.
It looked like bat on ground to me, but the umpire has given him out, and therefore
He's out.
he is out.
Area.
You can see the bat bounce off the ground. Ooh, when Joe starts kicking paper cups around, you know he's not in good form. I want to shut the dressing room windows now. There we go. Do you want to go and ask him if he hears it? That's. So 2 wickets down now, 39 on the board. That partnership didn't last too long, and once again, Dermot Tucker, Theo Lawson, being asked to steady the ship. Joe might be a little bit disappointed with that decision. But it's all happening here today. We've seen an 8, we've seen a 6 over the Clubhouse. We've seen a disputed caught behind.
Bat on ground. There is definitely background.
While the umpire says there's also bat ball.
Yeah?
And unless you can see a gap, or absolutely prove to me that it doesn't, then, well, even if you do prove it, do you know what? He's back in the hutch.
Yeah. You can see the gap.
Yeah, I thought I saw one.
Frame there.
I thought that was quite fortunate for Balbriggan, but this is the way of cricket. And it's now 39 for 2. Dermot Tucker's on 14 and club captain and leading the race for the Moulton Trophy this year. Last time I looked at the stats on Cricket Leinster, Theo Lawson had 620 runs.
Doesn't have to be.
Doesn't look like.
Down, Melly.
Yeah, exactly. That might have been the easiest thing to do.
Well,
But anyway.
well, something was always going to happen. There's been so much chat and so many close calls. The disputed catch at slip, the Joe running around the bowler and nearly getting run out. Eventually something was going to give. And on this occasion,
That one.
it was Willie Houston's finger. And Pembroke's second wicket falls. Well, the change of bowling has worked for Balbriggan, having used their openers for 6 each. We've now .13 overs bowled, and a wicket falling in that over. And Pembroke now, well, they always say if you add 2 wickets to the score, what's it look like? Well, to be honest, 40 for 4 would not be brilliant. Played away down towards third. Gully coming round and cutting it off. Doesn't stop the single though. Well, is it a season for runs or what? Llewellyn Johnson of Rush first. Now, he does have the advantage of playing in Rush, which is quite a small ground and often has big scores at it, but anyone like his highest score is 154. He's averaging 62. He has 5 50s and 3 100s. And he has 933 runs.
Oh my goodness.
What a season that is. David Delaney, highest score of 135, an average of 65.75, and he has 789 runs. Theo, highest score of 94, an average of 34, and he has 621 runs. Well, I think from my previous statement you can work out he didn't have a good game last weekend. But Dermot Tucker, he's right up there as well, 593. So he's passed 600 runs now for the season. Big effort ball. Theo has 5 50s this year. He has 20 innings this year. How much cricket are these guys playing?
They're playing a ridiculous amount of cricket.
No wonder you rarely see first teams actually. I mean,
And we haven't put out a full side, I don't think, at any point this season.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll have a quick look. Batting, bowling, fielding, general. Most matches. That will show it up. I do have to say the Cricket Leinster database of stats is amazing. I'm only sorry it doesn't go back to before I started playing. But then again, back then it was almost chalkboard for a score. Cutting notches in a stick. That's what they used to do. My God. Can you imagine trying to score an ODI on a stick now? The most games anyone has played so far in the Leinster region on open competitions is Kathakayan Jayawar. And he last played for the Leinster seconds. I suspect he's either playing thirds and seconds or seconds and firsts. Maybe below the line on the twos, but still getting picked for the ones. And he has played 28 matches this season. So 28 matches, 31, 61, 92, 100. So May, June, July, and as far as we've got now is 100 and something days, and he's played practically one every 4 days. More than one every 4 days. Pooh Sharma, 27. Dermot Tucker, 27. Donica Tucker, 26.
Craig Senior's commentary count?
3. Joe Prendergast. Joe Prendergast, 22. Let's ask Pooh if he knows how many games he's played this year. Do you remember Louis Hoffman, back in the days when Genie Mac computers were only just a brand new thing, and he was the first guy I ever knew that kept his stats on a spreadsheet, and he knew his stuff down. Pooh, how many games have you played this year? Sorry?
In total.
No, for Pembroke.
Joe's played more.
Who?
Joe.
No.
22, 23, I guess.
23? No.
Today is your 28th game.
And it's Joe's what, 27th? 26th?
Some of the games I played, I didn't do anything, to be honest. I fielded, so.
So you don't feel aware that
They all
it's
count.
counted as a game?
23.
Exactly. Like
Dale?
played,
Dale? Pooh's played 5 more than Joe. Or Joe hasn't put cards in for 5 games.
few games I played for seconds, but I didn't do much. Like, fielded 40 overs. No, sorry, 50 overs. A couple of games were like that. Now I played like, I bowled 4 overs. Back up.
Have you still got that clip there?
Which one? Yes.
So I don't
Okay.
know if I'm gonna, if I want to count those as games or not.
Your name's still on the team sheet, Pooh, so it has to count.
In as per stats, yes. There are games.
No, hang on. Just get it.
What's happening? Who wants to see it?
I'm trying to show Sean the
But I guess by the end of the season, Joe.
wicket keeper's bit.
There's a game on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's a double weekend for them.
But you're second in Leinster. Like the leader in Leinster is on 28, but I'm sure he's playing somewhere today, so he'll be on to 29. But you're in equal second place.
For me, it's just 4 games left now after this.
Oh, right.
I can't play seconds anymore, so.
That's a good pace it's going through at. It's a good pace it's going through at.
Yeah,
There, those are filthy.
Do you want me to wash them?
No, my
Shirt is clean.
no, they actually do need a wash with soap. They have a film on them.
much clearer that way.
Oh, excellent. Oh, expansive shot outside off by Dermot Tucker. Ball just goes through to the keeper. It's good that we've sort of got back to playing cricket again now.
Keep going, lads. Keep batting, lads.
Thank you. I think so. Sean will let me know if that's a good proof of ball hitting ground. Well, 47 for 2 and we're in the 15th over. One has to think there's going to be a drinks break soon. And oh, that's flown. Went over the slip's head. Goes down to third. Gaheem making the stop, saving 3 runs.
Keep getting something behind it.
Keep getting anything behind it.
Come on, fellas. Come on, fellas.
Oh, just overstepping. Lawson's going to have a free hit now.
Before we get the free hit, we'll have a quick replay of that.
Is that the Joe one?
No, that's the 2 balls ago.
All right.
Just fielded down here that flashed out the slips.
Free hit, signalled by Willie Houston.
This guy's moved from there to there. This will be where the border bottle is.
Oh, that's coming down towards the commentary box. Taking out Dougal.
Trying.
Well bowled, Andy. Good spell. Well, Lawson makes the most of the free hit. I had a feeling there was going to be a cross-bat sort of sweepy sort of shot there. And sure enough it was. It adds 4 more onto the total. And Pembroke have passed the half century with 15 overs gone. Not too many spectators yet. I'm sure a few of you have been out doing the familial tasks. Taking the kids off around the grounds of Leinster. Well, when you get a free hit, it's always nice to make the most of it, and that's what Lawson did. It took his score on to 5. And now, change of bowling at the nursery end. As Mr. Lewis comes on.
One's going to come straight to you. We need a big shift from you.
Well, nobody on the 45. They've got the sweep well covered. Man at square leg and man at the boundary between square leg and mid wicket. And then a man at long on. Thank you. Oh, that's perfect. I can see already.
Yes, lads, come, lads. Left the chat. Gonna make a mistake soon.
Boy, I like this matchup, Billy. Nice, buddy. Nice, buddy. Nice, buddy.
You're much better, thank you. Nicely played away on the offside, but this is a good start for the off spinner.
Yes, Dilly. Yes, Dilly.
Yeah.
Well,
Like this, Dilly. One's coming, eh? He's gonna come straight to me.
he's definitely at deep mid-wicket now. Oh, that's a super shot down towards the commentary box. Well, I was counting on it spinning a little bit more than it did. I didn't realise it was going to come quite so close, but the way I viewed it was I didn't have time to react anyway. Well, not done enough to worry us. Well, first boundary. Dermot not going to let him settle. And once he saw one was slightly over pitched, he was onto it in a shot. That takes him on to 21 now. Very steady innings here from Dermot Tucker. He's another one who's scoring big this year. He's been an absolute rock at the top of the Pembroke innings.
That'll show you just how confused by that one that came straight to us. Watch the replay.
See some.
Shonky camera work.
Yeah. Oh. It's out there somewhere, Jim.
Covered nearly
And then,
straight out.
oh yeah. Well, you got the end of it anyway. I think Big Phil's left the dog at home again today.
Yes.
Bit too warm for that dog.
A little bit warm for him.
When they do take drinks, I'm actually going to take a lap. A fairly quick lap, just to move. Noel, no doubt, will spend that time setting up replay and highlight, and as I said last night, so I'm going to leave you now. Noel showing us some replays, and he'll show them again in a few minutes and call them highlights. Yep, Sean got that, and he's seen the ball on the ground. Yep. The clip of the clip. I put my phone up on the screen. But if nothing else, it shows what detail Nerdy Boy here can get. He's fucking brilliant. Oh. Apologise for that, but he is.
Even with no sleep.
Even with very little sleep. No bed. Dale, do you know when they're taking drinks?
70.
There we go.
Yeah. So the end was over then.
I don't know. Yeah.
We were having 2 drinks breaks.
Yes. Well, 3.5 and over. Plenty of chirp out there from the Balbriggan players, and why not? They've got a couple of wickets down. So yes, drinks are ready on the sideline. As that one's played away nicely on the offside. Just a single. Well played. Well fielded. That's over and drinks. And I will take a short break from you now as Niall will show the highlights of the innings to date. That away. See you in a minute. Unless you're coming too.
I just said agreed. I thought you were like, I knew. Yeah. Thanks very much. Every over. I said agreed.
Yeah, but the whole thing was awesome, so I just wanted you to.
Yeah, I just said agreed. I didn't say anything. You read on anything?
Yeah, strong as well. You know, they've got ice in these cups. You just drink one beer.
How's it going? Warm day today? Warm?
You wanted a clean.
Well, do you want another one?
You actually want me to go to the toilet? Yeah, no, that looks great. Right. Hey, looks like a drink.
Has to go miles then, doesn't it? Right. What? Let's go, boys. Come on. Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Come on, fellas. Come lads! Let's get it going again, eh? 3 balls.
Well done.
Yes. Nice, Tilly. Look a little result, my friend. Yes, Tilly. Oh.
Oh.
Good run, Danny. Yes, Danny. Cash.
Come on, Tilly boys.
I love that, Tilly. Play with us, Ando. Play with us, lad.
One foot goes, Tilly.
Yes, Andy. Andy. Kashi.
Come boys, it's 3 balls, let's restart, come. Come lads. Cash, your man, hit that area, boy. Down there, Cash. Nice, Cash. Yes, Cash. That's the one, Cash. Come now, get the buzz going again. Come boys. One's coming. One ball, Cash.
Good now. Get ready, good Cash.
Happy Cash. Come lad. Yes, Cashy. Come on, Cash. Good, Cash, man. Like an all kind TV here. Yes, Cash.
Go, Cashy.
Come on, Cashy. Relax, Cash, man.
Good Belly. Good Cash.
Yes, Cash, man. Come on, Cash.
You're on mute anyway. Well, after a lap during the... Yeah, after a lap during the drinks interval, just to Get the blood moving again. Quick word with John Bristow, yep. Always tempted to say Bistow, you see. Either one might be right. Have to ask him, actually. I'd have to ask him. So, 65 for 2. This is the 19th over. It's been a good spell of bowling by Ali. First change down at the St John's end. Yep, as you can see on your YouTube channel, Pembroke have in excess of 150 videos done over the last, what, how many years now? This is the fourth. So 40 times a year. I don't know how many times we mentioned the ends at this ground. But there's certainly a sponsorship opportunity out there. Can't keep calling it James Cresswell's end. Played away. Well, that's 4 runs. The applause coming from the hall. It sounds kind of eerie. Big echoing applause from the hall. Right. After a lap under the sun, time to take some refreshment on board. It's perfect. It's cold, it's wet. He doesn't like a cold coffee, does that now? Did you work out the machine? Oh, this one. The off spin is just going past Theo Lawson's edge. Keeper standing up now. D lose. Good work by the keeper. Excellent bit of work. $71 for 2 now with that wide as we reach 40% of the Pembroke innings. You taking that one off, eh? Okay. Not out. Tucker making his ground. How are you feeling now? Better or worse?
Sound like an optician.
Yeah. How's this hangover? This or this? A or B? That was the other one. Oh, that just popped up. Tucker just lifting it 20 yards away from him. It was safe into the ground, but, well, he'll take the single. Any spectators we do have here today have all planted themselves very firmly into the shades. On the right.
I hope so. I don't think he's on the left. He's sitting under the tree.
Yes.
Shady pines. Stuff.
Yeah, that's Johnny.
Sneaky.
Johnny all in black today. He's gone for the Arabic look. I thought you meant the two at the scoreboard. Two at the old scoreboard. The new media centre. The Aidan Dempsey Media Centre.
appears to have forgotten something. I wonder, is it her children? Oh my God, they're still in the car.
She's going to go and crack a window for them then. That one played just behind point. Another single. Tucker just accumulating runs today. And doing so very well. Nicely played. But he sees the fielder coming in and it popped up into his hands very nicely. There was no single there, that was for sure. Double. Lawson has quietly, as is his way, made his way to 12. Tucker providing some great support. Mind you, if you take away the 8 he scored with one shot in the first over, he has scored 21 off 20 overs. But that's what's needed at the moment. The bar must be open. Oh, it's a race. Look at this. Look who's just come in through the car park. Bar customer of the year on more than one occasion. Chunky on one side and standing right next to us, next to the sight screen, we have Brian Bannigan. It's going to be a race to the bar. Brian hasn't seen Chunky in the car park yet. Has Chunky seen him? And Chunky's now just coming to the end of the lane. It's the end of the lane against the sight screen. Who's going to get to the bar first? Will it be Bannigan? Will it be Chunky? Chunky staying in the shade. Bannigan has hit the tarmac now. He's going through. Chunky making his way up the laneway. Oh, he stopped to have a cigarette. Oh, that could cost him dearly. The Pembroke Handicap Stakes. Well, Simon Heaney carrying £12. Jockey, Karen McCarthy. And Brian Bannigan, he's turning the corner now at the chapel. He's hit the finishing line first. He's turned out of sight, and that's it. It's all over, bar the shouting. And there'll be plenty of shouting now by the Heineken. Well, that was a close run thing. Yes, one wonders which one will get Bar Customer of the Year this year.
I don't think that's in any direction.
Oh, wait, sorry. Come on, Steph. Oh, yeah, go. Oh.
Well run single. Lawson onto it quickly. Luckily Tucker was swift of foot, although his shoelace appears to have come undone. I suppose if he doesn't ask Orla to do them before he leaves the house, there's always that risk of it coming undone during the game.
Dilly, do you want to?
Changing the field now for Tucker. Tucker having put this spin up down towards us here at the commentary box. Skipper now has positioned himself at long off. They're expecting the straight shot from Tucker, that's for sure. He tries to work it away square on the offside. It doesn't quite go where he wants it to. And that'll be a dot ball. Well, the tension seems to have gone out of the game now. They've sort of relaxed a bit and now getting up. That's where he wanted to put it last time. Easy single, pushed out to the boundary. Now Lawson, and the field changes. Unsurprisingly, players go out to the fence on the leg side in anticipation of the Lawson sweep, the Lawson slog, and the Lawson slog sweep. I'd love him to see him play it just straight over Ford's head on the offside, though. Instead, sharp fielding, good backing up by Ford. Captain's role, I suppose, to set the example. And having seen those 4 overthrows in the first over, they would be keen that there aren't any more. Nicely played. Ford sprinting onto it. Once again, a bowler fielding his own bowl off his own bowling. Always the sharpest fielder in the field. As we approach the halfway mark in this first innings, in this Premier League clash. Who's the sponsor on the men's side? LHK?
LHK maybe. LH something.
There's an L anyway. IBI? Next you'll be saying Anglo-Irish Banks.
IBI Corporate Finance.
IBI Corporate Finance. Oh, that's a good signing for both parties. Well played, play down to third. There is a fielder there. It will only be a single. But that will take Tucker onto 31. Does that sound a bit cracked? It certainly wasn't off the meat of the bat, that's for sure. Hello. Good afternoon, and how are you today?
I'm grand. That's a bit like my tire.
Oh no. Are you? Is it flat because you have a puncture, or flat because somebody let it down to stop you right?
Because I'm dreading tired.
Okay. So it's home to go and change it, is it? Okay. And will we see you down later on? Oh, look, Simon Heaney's now heading back down the wall. Nicely played by Lawson. Just pushed up to mid-on. Takes the single. 2 left in the over. There's almost a haze about today. As warm as it is, I do feel it could have been warmer without this thin veneer.
Something else to melt.
And it's all managed to stay quite cool in the bag. Ali continuing from the Johns end. Not out. Didn't hit anything. Over bowled. 23 gone now. 79 on the board. And the 2 wickets to fall so far. Had a DC, Dave Cosgrave, who lifted one into the gully where number 88 took an absolutely smashing catch. Full length dive to his right, intercepted the ball. It was very good. The second wicket, however, JP, Joe Prendergast, given out, caught behind. Well, Lawson's showing intent already to get the sweep shot out. Ah! This time he plays straight. Bowler trying to counteract the sweep. Only the bowler going up for that one with some passion. Slight adjustment in the field. Square leg going to behind square leg. In response, Lawson plays one out. Oh my goodness. That bounced up, caught the keeper flush on the helmet. Rattled the cage there. Certainly keep the wicketkeeper awake anyway. Dermot Tucker now on strike. He waits on the ball. That one hops up off the edge. It is artificial. The mat just on the edge, catching that one. That could have gone anywhere. This time just played out in the offside, and that's the end of the 24th over. We'll have one more over now in the first half of this innings. And Pembroke have reached 80 for 2. Whoosh. Oh, a bit of whiplash there. Little bit of whiplash as his head suddenly realised, oh, we're in the way. Paul Lawson heading off to the far end to do a bit of sight screen moving. No help from his teammates. One hopes that the tyres are all pumped up and ready to go. Not the easiest thing to take off a sight screen wheel.
Today is the sort of day you wouldn't want to be moving the sight screen every ball for too long on your own.
No. No. So a change of bowling now at the St John's end. Nazir? Okay.
Can't see the eye there. Yeah, Farooq Nasser.
Wicket. Sorry.
Yeah, Farouk is here. I'm sure Farouk will tell me if I'm pronouncing his name wrong. Flashed away, and that's going to be the first boundary we've seen in quite a while. If you're going to flash, flash hard, and that's what he did, and that's what he got. 4 runs. That'll take him on 35. As I say, that's the first boundary we've seen for quite a while.
You have a viewer in Seville.
In Seville?
Yeah.
Well, good morning, Seville.
Mr. Prendergast.
Oh, Peter's out there, is he?
No. Connor.
Oh, Connor. Excellent. Well, I hope he's enjoying the weather.
He's watching. Texting his dad more.
He could text me, you know.
Tell him that.
Yeah, well, I just have.
Good catch. Got him. Good work, Ricky boy.
That one's just pulled down a bit by the bowler. That lets Lawson get through for a quick single, get down to the non-striker's end. My goodness, Simon Heaney's on a slow lap there.
He's probably just working up a thirst.
So there we go, we're halfway through the Pembroke innings now. They've moved on to 87 for 2. Dermot Tucker is now on 36,
Come, Dilly.
including an 8. And Theo Lawson is on 18.
One's gonna come, Dilly. One's gonna come.
Oh, different security systems. West Crowd never took theirs down. There's one up there as well. It's one of the old sort. You can see it matches the white one up there.
Big shot from you, Danny. Get more round. Yeah.
Lewis continues. Sharp single taken by Pembroke. So one of the features of this year's Pembroke first team is their willingness to take those quick singles.
Come, Dilly. One last one.
This one played up towards long on, all along the ground. Not the shot that Dermot wanted, but he'll take the single nevertheless. Many thanks as well to Ada Lawson. She's providing live scores that you're seeing on your screens. And of course that then populates the cards that Niall shows you occasionally. How often is it that Cricket Leinster like to see the scorecards? Every 4 overs or so?
Is that what they tend to?
Mm.
It also depends on what's going on.
Yep. But if it's, you know, quiet time, show the card every 4 overs just to keep everybody fully informed. No, not at all.
No, you're asking me to get out the wireless keyboard and put it in front of you.
No.
Make you do it.
We both know that's not happening today. Well played by Tucker again. Moves on to 38. Yeah, the game seems to have entered a sort of quiet phase. The huge excitement of the first 10 overs now past.
Great stuff, Dilly, great stuff.
Well, that was a quick visit.
Come on, boys, come, boys.
Mm.
I've got a far end of the ground with a bit of a breeze, I hope. Over
There is. There is.
Breeze on the other side.
Over on the railway line.
It's very, very hot in the wall.
Isn't it lovely?
Beautiful, yeah. Just had my soft drink.
So you won.
Huh?
You won the race.
You were still first to the bar though, Ryan. Choice of drink didn't matter. The
Oh.
finishing line was the bar.
You have enough already?
I'm going over here to go down.
You don't have to go, just go to the path of ice cream. You get the breeze.
Meteorologist Simon Heaney there, providing sunbathing advice.
Cash. Good job, Brookie.
I believe your wife had to knock on the next door neighbour's door. Can we have our ball back, please?
Yeah, she's very good.
I hope you made her a cup of tea after that.
Yeah.
What's happened there?
Niall's fallen asleep. No, Amanda saw it go into the garden.
She said, Karen said she saw something on the road.
Oh, maybe it was
No,
Mummy.
it wasn't on the roof, it was on the edge of the wall.
I know, nice.
Just play back to the bowler. Yeah, this is the phony war stage of the game so far. Nothing being forced. Just playing in line with the pace of the game at the moment. Another one played back to the bowler. Quick over. 27 gone now. 91 on the board. This has been a good rebuilding partnership from Lawson and Tucker. Just what the Pembroke side needed at that stage. As far as I know, there was only one round of shots. Beats the first fielder, lets Lawson get through for the single. Brings Tucker back on strike. It is, isn't it? I mean, it must be tough going for the guys who aren't bowling, but fast bowlers having put in a good stint, then knowing they're going to have to wait for quite a while to get the ball back again. This is a good spell by Lewis. Nicely driven up. The Balbriggan captain using the long barrier.
Come, lads. Come, boys.
Well, this game started with a bang. A few fireworks at the beginning. First 10 overs. And since then it's settled back down again. We saw an 8 hit. We saw a 6 onto the clubhouse. We saw an appeal for a caught behind that provoked some discussion.
one that was. That both provoked discussion.
Then there was a run that provoked more debate and discussion.
You know what they say? There's no show like a Joe show.
There haven't been really that many close games. There haven't been like that.
You know you're on air when you say that sort of thing. Oh, that's nicely played, nicely fielded. The dive making sure it didn't travel any further. Didn't save any runs, but it showed intent.
Sure, a lot of them are South Listen to that commentator last night, that Gally guy.
Yeah, it's supposed to be chilly for them, probably.
Lawson on strike now. For some reason they then looked at a train. And strike didn't seem to be the right word. But he is. This is the 29th over. They say double the score after 30. That'll put Pembroke somewhere around the 200 mark. Well, you've got to think that Pembroke really would be wanting to get more than that. That one's played into the gap on the offside. Easy single. Again, it's since that boundary, what, 3 overs ago? Not really seeing too many as Pembroke approach 3 figures. Another one pushed onto the offside. Takes Lawson on to 24. Tucker now has entered the 40s.
Come, Ricky.
Just play back to the bowler. 1 to come in the over.
Come on, Ricky. Keep it up, my boy.
Flash and flash hard. I asked for a boundary, and there it is. Flashing edge, taking it down past the field up 4 more runs, and that brings up the 100 for Pembroke. It brings Dermot Tucker on to 44, Pembroke on to 101, Theo Lawson on 24. This is the 29th over, and there are 2 wickets down.
Come, Ricky.
Well, is this the start of a concerted push from Pembroke now? Or will they wait for a couple of overs? Oh, Dermot, take notice of what's on the scoreboard, where he's only 6 short of a 6th half-century this year.
Quick, 2 boys.
Batsman having a good chat in the middle. I apologise. If he were to score a half-century, it would actually be his 6th half-century, and he has a high score of 67. That's quite amazing, really. It's Theo Lawson who has 550 so far this season, so these two very much in the heart of Pembroke's run scoring this year. No ball. And again, it will be Theo Lawson with a free hit. No, could you get a picture here of these two here? Balbriggan and Heaney together. It's the afternoon in Pembroke and neither one of them has a pint of Bulmers in their hand. When it's too hot for Bulmers, you know there's a problem. Lawson clubs one out to the leg side, down on one knee. Just be a single. It got out there almost too quickly. So unlucky for the bowler. It juices the inside edge, but it runs past inside or outside of leg stump. Going down leg would be the phrase there. Quite deliberately. You notice how when I did all the wires this morning, none of them went over the flower pot. Played up to long on. That'll be another single. Lawson just accumulating.
Keep going, boys.
Umpire and bowler just having a small discussion. Discussions ongoing between umpire and Mr. Lewis. And now umpire Clark heads out to point. Standing at deep point. I can see Theo picking out cow corner here. Once he clears the fielder in the ring, there's nobody behind him, despite there being three on the leg side on the fence. Nicely played away on the offside. The fielder dives for it, but all he can do is slow it down. Can't stop the single. 108 on the board now. So 30 overs, double the score. 220. Well, they've 20 overs. Run a ball would take them up to 230-ish. And 8 and over would take them up to 270. Well, after the loss of an early wicket and a fair to middling early wicket, second down, these two have really built it all back up again. We'll take a quick trip around the grounds at the end of this over. Let you know what else is happening in Leinster cricket. And there it is. Well, Once again, in the IBI Corporate Finance Championship, Rush are 143 for 9 in 36 overs against North Kildare. North County are 149 for 4 in 34 overs. Cork County 168 for 4. They're entertaining Terranure down in the Mardyke. Railway Union are batting first in Observatory Lane over in Leinster and Rathmines, and they're 131 for 1. The Hills are at home and batting and enjoying conditions as they're 128 for 5, and they're entertaining Merion. This one played out in the offside. The single is taken. It's a super piece of fielding, but he can't prevent the single. Also in the Premiership, Malahide 142 for 1 against YMCA. Phoenix are 140 for 3 against Clontarf. And you know the score here in Pembroke because it's on your screen. That one tossed up a little bit more from Lewis. This one just slapped into the leg side. Long on collects. Another single. Just milking this bowling. One off the inside edge. Runs out the leg side. There are only 4 fielders on the leg side. A lot of ground to cover. So plenty of singles once you get the ball onto that side. YMCA thirds are playing at Claremont Road in the Division 4 clash with Rush seconds, and at the moment YMCA are 117 for 3. Lawson just pushing that one into the leg side. Deep square leg, picks it up, gets it back in. Jack Harper ground. Balbriggan's thirds are at home today, and they have leash seconds. 108 for 4 in 19.5 overs. Great to see a Division 11 game being live streamed, live scored. Fingal seconds. Well, they're 84 for 3 against Railway Union. I don't know where that game's being played. Railway Union fourths. Playing at the top pitch at Malahide, and they're 153 for 8 in their 20 overs. That's the Intermediate Cup Finals. Well, 153 off 20 overs. They've set Malahide a reasonable total. Did Simon make a funny?
I didn't. I walked over here before I said that. I've never heard bang. No.
Yeah, Lawson trying to cut that one through the offside, getting just too far behind point. Yep, that's the shot I thought Theo was lining up. As I say, nobody out in Cal. And he would have recognised that very quickly. And that takes him on 34. His partner, Dermot Tucker, is just one short of a half, well-deserved half-century.
Do you think we need bullseye?
I said they should have put a target on it.
That's what I presume that's what you were talking about.
Yep, round all on that. Oh, this one gets past the keeper. It's caught the end of his fingers, and that's hurt a little bit. He was taking painkillers earlier, but that's an instantaneous shock up the arm. Ooh, even my own fingers are tingling at that thought. I'm just seeing him react. You can see what it's done. He's just short of giving the whole hand a good shake now. Just try and get the blood moving again. Ooh, it's like an electric shock going up your arm on that one. Just right off the fingertips. If you've ever kept wicket at any sort of level, had that happen to you, you remember what that feels like. I saw Charlie Verblanc, his first stint of trying to keep wicket, and he said it gave him a far greater appreciation for the job that wicket-keepers do, especially on the fifths, where the bowling may be not as consistent as it would be here. Keeper still feeling the effects of that. This time played away on the offside. There's no single there. That was cleanly fielded. Another over goes by. 33 gone now. Scores without 118. Tucker stubbornly stuck on 49. And Lawson on 34.
Wait, where the ball from?
Huh? Oh no, we can wait here just a minute.
Well, Simon, now you've seen it built, what do you think of it now?
Look at every other race.
How did they get planning for that?
It's the back of the house. That's the back of the house. Yeah.
Well, it's the same height as that one there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say they had no trouble getting planning permission. I'd say it's up for an architectural award.
It's just by giving Nicolette ideas.
I'd say it'll be on Grand Designs by the end of the month. Of course, if it is on Grand Designs, you know that she'll be pregnant within a year.
Push him.
And that's well run too.
Well run, lads. Well run.
Well judged. Close, but no cigar for Balbriggan on that occasion. The direct hit always gives you a chance, and that one just took the bails off. Kevin McLeod will be over to make a program about it, praising its environmental standards.
Haven't put it up yet. It'll be up in a minute. Just waiting for the end of the over.
A break in play so that he can fit it in. That one there. Played away. There'll be no single there. Nice play by the bowler, palming it out to the fielder. By the ball. That's your contention. Oh, he's bowled him. Third wicket falls with the 120 on the board. And that could be where the umpires decide to take drinks. Thanks, Willie. Thanks for letting us know that. The clue was Dave Cosgrave doing his best with what seems to be 40 litres of liquid onto the ground. That's it, just leave them there.
They're on the table.
Hmm?
Just beside Al.
And the same as the first drinks break. You'll excuse me if I just take a short comfort break as you watch the demise of Theo Lawson as he cut across the wrong one.
Give you your time that you need. Thanks.
Hey, Walshy.
I don't care about the heat.
Oh, I know. Exactly.
Yeah. I've lived here for a year. Oh, the curry 5 or 6 times I've been here. 5 or 6 times I've been here. Curry's actually ideal. Just makes bring in money. It's like a cup of tea. How was it sure the tunnel bridge was up this morning? I said there.
No left turn on the next bit.
Since when?
It's a bit late when you're
Since when? Since when?
Thank you very much, kind sir.
Yeah, give us that guy around still. Walk up.
8 1, that's the start of it.
So you round 4 again.
Thanks, sir.
Right, back after drinks. And that's the end of the 34th over. Drinks! No.
It's hot enough.
It is, isn't it? Gavin Owe's gone out to the middle now to join Dermot Tucker. Dermot Tucker now on 49 not out. And he'll be facing the first ball. Can you see the bowler's name?
Yeah.
Faruq's doing a good job for his team here in these middle overs. Keeping the handbrake on, Pembroke. Now Dermot Tucker, and the field is well spread. There's plenty of room for singles if he sprays it down the leg side. So Tucker will be onto it straight away. So do you think Max is at home marinating meat as we speak, beating it to within an inch of its life? And that's just the sausages. There it is. There's his half century. That's his 7th half century this season. He's already passed the 600 mark for the season today. What do I do with my database? Lawson and Tucker put on 81 for the previous wicket. And now it's Hoey and Tucker to continue. makes sense, doesn't it? No, leave it here. Or take it up and bring it back. Because it's got our bags in. Well, you've got one. Leave it here. Get it in the morning. There's a phrase that's been uttered more than once in Pembroke over the years. Of course, big occasion in Pembroke tonight. The Gallagher clan, who practically took over the place last night. Nice shot, super shot, and a super piece of fielding. That's getting everything behind it. Saves 2 runs. A little bit of limping from McGregor after that. But it's a fine piece of fielding. And in fact, after that piece of fielding, Graham Ford has given McGregor the ball. And he'll be bowling from the nursery end. That's 750s for Dermot Tucker this year so far. 27 innings, and at the moment it's 3 not outs. Nicely played out in the offside. Takes the single. And that takes him to 645 runs for the year. He's catching and may even pass. How many did Theo get? 36. 657. It's a very big one. It's gone all the way and has been superbly caught in the crowd. That's a super catch by one of the Balbriggan coaching staff, backup staff. Fresh from carrying 24 bottles of water across the ground, he just plucked that one out of the sky. No bother to him at all above his head. 6 more runs to Pembroke, though. And that could be another 6. Into the fence. 12 off 2 balls. Gavin Hoey is certainly showing some intent here now. McGregor having gone for 2 6s straight away. .657. And this time, Hoey leaves Sober's record alone and just plays that one back down the pitch. You know that the filming of Gary Sober's 6 6s was a complete accident. BBC Wales were covering it and they did a news report from the ground and everything, and one of the guys said, leave the cameras running. And because they left the cameras running, they caught Sober's 6 6s because it wasn't shown live. Niall and I are waiting for that day when we see something equally as historic.
Well, here's the 6s we got anyway. And
Well,
see if we got the crowd catch.
Let's see if he got this crowd catch. I think he did.
No.
Behind the sight screen.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Super catch. And now he's lit up. He's standing there with a fag in his mouth. There's an athlete for you. That's my sort of athlete.
Done for the day.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chloe. Single well taken. You want to be moving, or do you want to be sitting in the shade? Well, I could bring the car up here, but I don't think Dale would be too pleased with me. Please. Yep. Thirteen and a half overs to go. Tucker, now having reached his half century, has decided to follow Hoey's example, and he's looking for a third. Oh. Hoey treating that one with a bit of respect. Well pitched up, outside off. He's waiting for one that's pulled down. Fruit gets out of his over. 37 gone, scores 143 on the board. As we enter, well, you're the one who says double the score after 35. And when they do. And if Hoey's decided to go large or go home, and it comes off, driven down the ground, but no single taken. Tucker is definitely looking to be more positive now. Just seems to be finding the fielder a bit too much at the moment. Stumped, dragged down the pitch this time. Once the ball got past the outside edge, he knew he was in trouble. And Dermot Tucker departs. Fourth wicket down with the score on 143. He departs for a very well-made 55. He closes the gap on Theo Lawson for the season to, I think, about 9 runs. But that's a super knock from Dermot. He's held up his end and batted really well for 37 overs, scoring 55 runs out of a total of 143.
Actually, this is the chance for the appeal first.
He's dragged down the track, but didn't make contact with the ball. Fired just a bit wider than he thought. No turn. Straight one went on to the keeper, who's done a very neat job today. Apart from those 4 overthrows in the first over, he's had a very tidy day altogether. The irony is, the 4 runs go down to the bowler. So McGregor to go again. The new batsman is Greg Hollins.
Good Mario. Now please have one bag of cement.
Punish Matar, the Pembroke pro at the moment. Well, we found out he'd been bowling and batting on a fractured ankle, chipped bone or something. Well, more successful over for McGregor there. Well, that's more successful, isn't it? Isn't that the very definition of... I mean, obviously, to improve on that, it's going to have to be a double wicket maiden. But he'll be pleased with that, having seen those 2 sixes from Gavin Hoey the previous over. To come back with a wicket maiden, well, that's a good sign. Farouk Nazar continuing from the St John's end. Umpire Willie Houston there, keeping an eye on proceedings. Nicely clipped away off his legs. It will just be a single. Fielder comes round. I think the thing I've been most impressed by this year is how Pembroke have rarely been able, well, have not been able to put out, in theory, their best 11. Nicely flipped away round the corner by Hollins, and it beats the fielder this time. The fielder is still limping a little bit. That's a nice 4 by Hollins. Moves the score along. There should be some positive intent here now from Pembroke. 12 overs to go. 6 wickets in the shed. They'll be looking to get after Farouk Nazar now. There are places to score, that's for sure. Good ball though, dot ball, 1 to come in the over. It's a lovely shot. So it's a good loud call. Pushed down on the offside, Hollins let it go. He was looking for the wide. As over is called, his shoulders sagged a little there. The disappointment of no wide being called. And with 39 gone, there's 148 for 4 on the board.
That's the way I should do.
Yes, then I can read it as well. Anyway, McGregor about to start his over now. The first ball gets just hit back towards him. He gets enough of a hand on it. Sorry, I sound like I'm talking from miles away. That's my fault.
Bernie.
Big shout. Willie Clark not granting the request. So why doesn't he text me directly from Seville?
I think he should.
I think he should too.
Yes.
He always has good insights into the game, does Connor.
Exactly. You get him on the phone there.
Yeah. The trouble is the delay between
Yeah, that's
that
true.
and YouTube.
Yeah. It's a big ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, when he hits it, it tends to stay hit. But it's a timing thing, Peter. He's not brute strength.
No, just bump. Wrist.
One.
Shot by Gavin.
Chuck out. Flick out.
Hit out to Cow Corner.
150 up, fellas. Keep going here.
As the cry in the crowd goes up. 150 on the board for Pembroke now. Hoey taking that one on. And taking the fielders on. And pretty much bisecting them. Which is, of course, a lot better than dissecting them. Slight change in the field now. Trying to close that gap. Deep fielders now have all been shifted towards the nursery end. Whether that's the right decision, we'll find out soon enough. Oh, it's gone straight up in the air. He's disappointed with that already. And the bowler takes it. It's a caught and bowled. And the 5th wicket goes down with 152 on the board. And this, the 40th over. Next Pembroke batsman will be Paul Lawson. Paul is open for this side, coming in at number 7 today. Yep, just got the top edge, and that was enough, and the bowler made sure he was the one underneath it. Paul Lawson takes his guard.
Keep going here, lads. Keep pushing. Put down now.
Big squeeze, yeah. Big squeeze now, Melly.
Phew, Paul Lawson has opened for the first. He's also batted 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11. He's batted in every single position. Hollis heads off without even waiting for the umpire. However, the umpire's finger reached high enough, like a student wishing to be excused. Like a student who knew the answer, and the answer was out. And Hollins is on his way. He made 4. That very nice shot round the corner. But now he's gone back. New batsman, Dara Cosgrave. He'll join Paul Lawson in the middle. And Pembroke will be looking to make sure they actually bat their overs out. 6 down now with 10 overs to go. You just see that. Hollins knew it. The bat flip, the walk. Don't even look at the umpire. See the finger of doom. And it was pretty instantaneous, deservedly so. So Hollins is back inside, back in the shade. McDara Cosgrave joins Paul Lawson in the middle now. 152 for 6. You have to think that Balbriggan are going to be the happier of the two teams right now. That's if. I'm rarely close to it. That one's played down. Dara Cosgrave's first ball. First look at Farouk. As he comes in now. It's probably his third ball. Well fielded. There's only one fielder there on the single on the leg side, so he's a fair amount of ground to cover, that lad. There we go. Anything past him is going to be at least 1, and they're going for 2. And they make 2. That's good running. Two more onto the total. Every run now absolutely vital for Pembroke. Signal for leg bye coming here. And there it is. Leg bye but not out.
Big squeeze.
Thuds into the keeper's gloves. Bat waved at it. 41 down, 9 to go. Pembroke 155 for 6. Dara Cosgrave joining Paul Lawson in the middle now. 9 overs is still 54 balls. Pembroke will still be looking to get up to 200. Outside the ring now that Graham Ford has decided to plant himself at long off. Graham Ford. Greg Ford. Thank you. Could have said that 3 hours ago. Good fielding, keeping that one down to a single. Sorry, which one did you decide on in the end? Ding. Bet that sounded good in the headphones. Yes. No, not now. Well, are Pembroke going to get enough to defend here today? Played out square on the offside. It will add another one to the total. Nicely played away on the leg side. Well, from that optimism of the first over, with 8 coming off it, Pembroke's day has been a lot trickier than they would have wanted. 158 for 6. Super direct hit, but to no avail. Well, it's a glorious, glorious day down here in Pembroke. I see people with fans, hats, hiding under umbrellas. And then I see 15 grown men wearing polyester trousers and polyester shirts. Nicely played away on the offside. They'll be looking for a couple here. Definitely looking to take every run on now. Takes them past the 160 mark. 161 now for... Oh, yep. For 6. It's hit and run at the moment. It's going to work with these two there. They are quick between the wicket, Lawson and Cosgrove. Played away on the offside. It was a bit wider. That's a super one-hand pickup, and it saves the run at all. How are you? Oh, you're not disturbing us at all. Always a pleasure to welcome people. Such a nice day.
It's gorgeous. It's very hot.
Yes, the far side's a bit cooler.
Did you enjoy your trip to Kerry?
Fabulous.
Isn't that ground something else?
It's lovely. I'd been down there before, but not to actually see any cricket. Whereas this time, it was the hospitality could not be faulted.
Good.
From morning to night.
Excellent. My father-in-law was very involved in that cricket club.
Yeah?
Yeah. And his best friend runs the men's there, Dave Ramsey.
Oh, he was there.
He's a character.
He was there. The captain of the women's side actually told an amusing story, with the truth of which I cannot vouch for.
Yeah.
But when she first asked Dave Ramsey if women could play cricket in the Oyster Oval, it was a two-word response.
Sorry.
It was a two-word response. And then things improve from there on in.
He's very bold. I played an MCC game there for Kerry once, and it is just phenomenal.
It's a lovely place to play and lovely people. I suggested that we should be making our booking and taking the fifths and the women's thirds down there,
Brilliant.
and the men play the first game mid-morning, and then the headliners is the women playing in the afternoon.
It'd be a brilliant
And I think it would be a brilliant weekend.
Yeah.
It's one I'd certainly take 2 days off work for.
Yeah.
The Friday before and the Monday after.
Yeah. Right, David, we're going to leave Craig on commentary. Steady hands.
Yeah.
Pick up the microphone next to you. Yes. Okay, should we go and get some fizzy water?
Right. See you, George.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Enjoy your fizzy water. Well, R. Hadley is back into the attack now. He'll be looking to use the nursery end to his advantage. He certainly bowled well in that first spell this morning. It was the quality of his bowling.
How was Dermot out?
27 minutes.
Yes, we do. I think he was bowled, wasn't he? Oh, that's right. He came down the track. The bowler finally convinced him to take a step down the track, and then he put it a bit wider. And the keeper is a very good keeper and had the bails off in a flash. Dermot, as soon as he'd missed the ball, knew and almost started walking. And then Greg Hollins was another one who,
Oh, he's gone as well.
yeah, he fell and to a one caught behind, and it was a faint edge. But he knew he'd hit it, and he turned away from the umpire the other way and just started walking. So Willie Houston's finger went up very quickly, but I don't think Greg ever saw it because he just walked. Yep.
But he watched it right into the keeper's gloves and just kept turning
Kept-
and walked over.
Yep. Anything else we can help you with?
No, that's
Okay. Did you see the other ones? Or were there?
Theo was out. Gavin's still in there, is it?
No, Gavin went to slog sweep and top edged, and the bowler took it up just about there.
Okay.
So yeah, wickets have fallen.
There's 3 wickets out.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that anymore. Wickets fall when you do that. Could you do it during the second innings?
Don't take them in.
It was like James.
Dry.
It was like James on commentary last night. She's been fielding beautifully. Oh.
Curse.
Yeah, but James actively seems to be stirring the cauldron of witch's brew to curse himself.
Oh, I see.
Oh, they look for 2. Look for 2, but they're not there. Somebody
Family has arrived.
Somebody texted in yesterday
Yeah.
suggesting that it was excellent commentary, but could they please pronounce the names correctly?
Oh, Anya.
Which made us go, oh, what? And it turned out it was Anya,
Yeah.
and I went over to her sister and asked how does she pronounce it, and she said Anya,
Yeah.
because the person concerned thought it should be Anya.
Oh, right, no. It's Anya.
Well.
She also answers to him.
Yeah. And as I say, the only way I remember it now is to literally think of the first letter her name begins with. .44 gone now, just 6 overs to go. Pembroke have advanced on to 165 for 6. And I hope our mindless chatter isn't boring you too much. But yes, so it was nice to say, actually, we got that one right. There's the card.
Oh, no.
No, it's going to come up here now, but Niall puts that one up for me because of my blindness. So Dermot Tucker, yes, as we debated earlier, or demonstrated earlier, he was stumped coming down the track to Dara. Dara is not wearing a shirt with Dara on the back. He's wearing a shirt with McGregor on the back.
Oh, so
That explains that one for me. David Cosgrave, yeah, he was unfortunate, just lifted one into the gully region. Joe Prendergast, well, I felt he was very unfortunate. Theo Lawson, well, he went to cut across the wrong ball and he got bowled. And then,
quick 22.
very quick 22, good strike rate. He hit 2 magnificent sixes, straight sixes, one after the other. Gray Collins, as we say, walked as he was caught behind. And now we have Paul and McDara. And they'll be quick between the wickets. They'll look to take runs wherever they can. And it's a good call. It's a good throw back. There was never a second there. You were relying on somebody else making a mistake, and nobody did.
Right, it's 3:15.
Yes. Yes. I'll try one of your tropicals. That's what you're going to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 lumps of ice. What about the Bold Nile?
Water.
Ice. Anything.
Leave that there. I brought that back. I'm sure I might have to drink it.
Right. Afternoon. Afternoon. I just find drinking water just so boring. Yeah, I'm not suggesting it should all be gin. Well, that's a nice shot. It's lifted out into cow corner, and that'll be 4 runs, that's for sure. Crashes into the fence, takes Pembroke up to 171, and that's a fine 4. Well, you don't bowl those McDara, that's for sure. He's been in the runs recently. Certainly proving his worth here. Balbriggan would have felt that they were through to the tail, but when somebody like McDara comes out, he can destroy that myth quite quickly. Right. The fine leg goes up into the ring, and fielder goes out to cow corner. Bowler doesn't want to get hit there again, that's for sure. Only been on the one stand of any note today. 81 between Theo Lawson and Dermot Tucker. Over 21 overs. Still nobody at the stumps. 2 more onto the total. Good running. Well done. Ghaneem Dara has been the pick of the bowlers so far. Even if he has been expensive, he's the only one to have taken 2 wickets, 2 for 22. But I've been very impressed with Ryan Hadley today. 1 for 20, and his opening partner, Andy Durrock, was very unfortunate. 0 for 29. Dylan Lewis now has finished his spell, 1 for 36. And Farouk Nazar, 1 for 39. They've done a good job for Balbriggan in the middle of the innings, only going for 3.1 and over. 3.6 and 3.9 and over. Well, crowd starting to build here in Sydney Parade today. It's not at capacity, so neither is the car park. So if you feel like coming down, watching the thrilling conclusion of this one, it's really going to be about wickets today. Oh, that's beaten everybody. There could be a play in it. Keeper goes for the direct hit, which would have worked. Instead, it's one more onto the total in the last 5 overs now. You know, Lawson's trying to run on very fine down to the entrance of the nets. It's played away on the leg side. Deep square leg comes in, just a single. As I say, every run counts for a moment for Pembroke. I bet they loved you at the bar.
Sean was absolutely delighted to serve me.
You didn't ask for the rectangular ice, no?
Dixon plays from the gap.
Come on the snap hook. No, thank you.
Paul Lawson aiming to smack that, didn't quite middle it, but you could see the intent there. We have reached that stage of the innings now. It becomes a bit more baseball-y. Yep, loads of them. Let's start with, would you like those? You, sir. Very nice pair of hands earlier on. I saw that. That was you, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. It's a lovely catch. Do you know what I like most? You lit up the cigarette afterwards. And just casually, yeah, that was me.
Taking too long.
Well, another over ends with an appeal for a direct hit, another not out. And that's 46 gone now. 4 overs to go, 4 wickets in hand. You've got to think this is going to be all hands to the pump. Do you know, I don't mind people appealing on direct hits, even if the batsman's run past the stumps. It's like an acknowledgement of the direct hit. Do wish the club would get that window fixed in the dressing rooms.
They've nothing to do with it. Yeah, if the wall goes through it, that's going into the bar.
Hmm. That's big. That's nice. That nearly took out George down in the corner. There's a scramble. I think it should be like baseball. If you catch it in the crowd, you can keep it. I think Cricket Leinster should bring in a thing, though, that whereby if you do catch one in the crowd, you get, you know, at their match of the week or whatever. If there's a catch in the crowd, you get, I don't know, it can't be bar vouchers or... Oh, that one's clipped through. Inside edge takes it down on the 45, but it's still a single. I don't know, let's say a €10 voucher for Ed Sports or, you know, something like that for catches in the crowd. And then you might encourage more people to come down, just for the fun. Or if you take one in the crowd, you get given a special T-shirt. Boris Johnson's ethic advisor or something. Car alarm goes off, bowler comes in, batsmen take a single. 185. Well, the question is, are Pembroke putting up a total they can defend? Well, that's another good shot, but this time there's a fielder underneath it, and he takes the clean catch right in front of the old scoreboard, the new media centre. And that was a fine catch, if a straightforward one. Gentlemen. You know the sponsor of the club, CJK? Louis was saying that his company do work with them. They do some work together on the airport and stuff like that.
Oh, right.
So if you happen to meet
Joe, which we will.
then you can... Lawson departs. His trademark big six not quite working there today. He's fallen to that shot, but you know, glad he did. If he's going to fall to any shot, let it be the shot he loves playing and plays so well. Thank you. Now that one you let go free. Pooh Sharma takes to the middle in his greys. Well, look at them. I think they're a bit whiter than they were. I think he stopped washing his black gear with his white gear. Nicely played out. Pooh's called through. And the backing up ensures it's just a single. Pooh's going to have to be very aware of McDarrah's speed here. Couple of nice shots there, Gav. Ah, that tastes nice. Just 16 balls remaining. Nicely driven up. Hits the non-striker. Would have only been a single no matter what, but still frustrating to hit such a nice shot and see it cannon into your partner. Well, leg by signalled. Another one onto the total, 188 for 7. Well, it'll be interesting to see how this match goes. How do you mean that? Hit back directly into the stumps. I'm quite willing to sit on the door and charge people money. I can do the Robbie job. No, I know. He wants it all prepaid.
He wants everything prepaid, and it'll have to be prepaid. Otherwise, it can't come.
Well, that's it. There's the news for the dinner this year. Prepaid tickets. Oh, cracking shot, but...
Yep, the account details will be put up and go from there.
So then you'll have a list. Will people receive tickets, or will you have a list of people?
I'll have a list of people.
So you'll be turning members away at the door if they're not going to the dinner?
Not on the list.
If you're not on the list, you don't get in.
Correct. Well, you can go
You are a member
bar.
of the management. Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no, they can go and sit in the bar.
Yeah, you see.
Not attend the dinner.
You see, I'm a firm believer that even members should be barred if they haven't got a ticket. A number of years I didn't go to the dinner and just sat in the bar nursing a pint and then listening to the speeches was the only bit you wanted to do anyway.
Who the guest speaker is.
Well,
Sure, Barry has that in hand.
I'm sure he does. He knows enough good speakers to do that. There's Pooh gets one. And I think the right thing is just to take one there. A, it's a good arm, and B, it brings McDarragh on strike. That should be Pooh's job at this stage, is just to get the one and get down the non-striker's end. Let McDarragh do most of the batting here. He's the one with 11 to his name. Pooh will be delighted to be off the mark. Well, who'd have thought this 2 years ago? Oh, there's 4 there. The intent was there, but that was nowhere near where he intended. He was looking to damage a car in the car park there. As it was, he came closer to damaging the microphones here. Still, 4 more onto the total. And when you've only 2 overs left, every one of those is very welcome. 193 for 7 now. Psychologically, 200 would be lovely to get, as much as Balbriggan would love to keep Pembroke below 200. You get the feeling that Darrah's very firmly in the camp of getting 210. Plays one away on the offside. 6 off the over so far. You're listening to people. Pooh just lifting one into the offside where there was no fielder. Just sort of pushed at it, really. For a man who spends so much time in the nets, he just fended at that and lifted it into the offside. Got away with it. Can I ask why you swapped the headphones?
I think the other ones aren't right.
Okay. That's good enough for me.
The right ear, I think, is...
Oh, looking to play the lap shot down to us here. I wish he wouldn't. I do worry about the equipment every time he does that shot. Now, in fairness, I bet you'll see Niall jumping the fence to stop the ball. Probably do more damage with him jumping than you would. That's nicely chopped away to third. They'll be looking for a second. He's got a good arm. It was a bit wide this time. They might have got a second. And now we head into the last over. The score 196 for 7. McDarragh has moved himself on to 17. And Pooh Sharma, he's got 2 today. So far. Now, how many lap shots is McDarragh going to play in the last over? And how many straight sixes is he going to hit? Because I think those are the 2 options, yeah. Oh, it'll be Hadley. Yep. He is. I think he'll be looking to lap here. Well, Cow Corner is an open area again.
That would be the time to be listening, I think.
Fielder there.
Well, driven back at the bowler, they'll take the single. That'll bring Pooh on to strike. Just a bottle of water. That Ballygowan is very sparkly, isn't it?
Oh, Kevin is doing the table settings apparently. So Kevin, if you're listening, you're doing the table settings for the dinner. Table plan rather.
I don't know why they don't just make it first come, first served. Sit down wherever you want. Well, that would make sure you bought your ticket early. I do it the Amish way. I just have long tables, and as people buy, they're just the next seats, and you never get told who is beside you. An all-ticket affair at the dinner this year, so get your name down. Tickets, I'm sure, will be available from a designated person. Nicely hit up the ground. President Emeritus, Billy Gallagher. Oh, he's just clipped the bails, and that's the end of Pooh Sharma. That's the 8th wicket down. Brian Balbriggan going home for his tea.
Check the dog.
Why, what's he think? It's going to be a cat by the time he gets home? Has the dog got homework to do? Housework to do?
Watching telly. Watching something you shouldn't be.
Yeah, watching Crofts. that would be Donica Tucker. That's live now. If I'm going to have a conversation with you, it makes me sound less of an idiot talking to myself. If they can also hear the questions. 199 on the board now, Donica Tucker in. There are just 2 balls remaining. And Pembroke will be looking for 1 run, just from a psychological point of view. Getting 200 is always a lot better than 199. So they will be looking to get at least 1 run off these 2 balls. What a boost it would give to Balbriggan if they can keep them on 199. 2 dot balls or 2 wickets or 2 combinations of that. And they make it through, and that's 200 on the board for Pembroke, and Pembroke will be delighted with that. As I say, it's just a psychological. There's only 1 run difference between 199 and 200. But in the mind, so last ball of the first innings. And it's a wicket. And it's a well-deserved wicket. And Dara Cosgrave perishes for 19. Pembroke could be very grateful for those 19 runs. And that's 50 overs done. And both teams now will leave the field. And our curator. Oh, nicely done.
Done that before.
It's like a snake charmer. So, what do you think, Amanda? 200 enough?
I don't know, because I don't know anything about this Balbriggan side. They have.
Well, they're top of the league.
Well, I don't know if 200 will be enough then.
That's a fine performance in the field. I think perhaps they...
I mean, the bowling was really tight.
Yep, it was good bowling.
Pin this down. Down to the field.
It looks like it's going to be a tough second innings now for Pembroke. Obviously without internationals, without a professional, Joe Prendergast and Pooh Sharma are going to have to bowl exceptionally well up top. As the roller of the groundsman, the curator, heads out to the middle. Hey, Grand.
Idiots in the heavy roller. So dry and hot.
Well, the heavy roller has been asked for. Well, the heavy roller is being used. And as he clears the clubhouse, he goes into second gear and motoring away from us now. I love that bit of a fish called Wanda.
Yeah.
When he gets stuck in the concrete. And then, who is it? It's one of the Python boys.
That'll be Michael Palin.
Michael Palin, who has a tremendous stutter.
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna get you. It was brilliant. It was so well done. Yes. Well, I haven't seen Dale try and run anybody over yet. But then again, I haven't seen anybody get caught up in concrete. So, the Pembroke innings has come to an end. Dermot Tucker, top scorer with 55, before he was enticed to just take a step down the track too far. And his bails were whipped off by Fletcher. And Dara picked up a wicket there. David Cosgrave has fallen first. He'd gone for 17. And he was going along at a nice rate, and he just lifted one into the gully. Joe Prendergast, well, he was unlucky with his decision. The Fletcher caught, and Ali bowled, and he departed for 5, although he had been in a couple of lively discussions with the opposition and one less lively with the umpires. Theo Lawson, well, he was doing very well and looked very comfortable, and then he chopped across a loose delivery and it cannoned into his stumps. Gavin Hoey hit 2 beautiful straight 6s before he perished for 22 off just 18. He's the only one with a strike rate greater than a runner ball, but he perished going for a slog sweep, and he got a top edge, and that flew up into the air. Greg Hollins just feathered one through to the keeper, and he turned and was gone before the umpire's finger reached the sky. And Paul Lawson, how did Paul get out? Oh, he went for a big 6 and was caught just in front of the media centre. And then McDara Cosgrave with a valuable 19 was bowled off the final ball of the innings, and Pooh Sharma also departed in that over. Dhanakataka was the not-out batsman, and Sumit Kumar, well, he'd have had the pads on, but no need for him today. 200 for 9 off 50 overs. On the bowling side, well, Ryan Hadley got his just desserts in the end. He finished with 3 for 26. I thought Andrew Dorick was very unlucky. He beat the edge of the bat many times, and his figures of 1 for 49 don't really seem to do him justice. Kashir Ali, well, he took 1 for 20 off just 6 overs, as the captain also used 6 bowlers today. Dylan Lewis got through his spell, 1 for 36, and Farouk Nazar, well, when they were tied up both ends with spin, the run rate wasn't exactly racing along, but he took 1 for 39. The most successful bowler was Ryan Hadley, but before those 2 wickets in his final over, Gaheem Dara, he took 2 for 22 in just 4 overs. As you can see, or as you can't see, on the partnership side of things, well, there was one of note. It was between Theo Lawson and Dermot Tucker, and it was 81 and took about 12 overs. That was the one partnership that really came together. After that, well, Dermot Tucker and Gavin Hoey, well, they put on 23. Sorry, yes, 22 overs. And after that, there wasn't really any partnerships of note until Paul Lawson and McDara Cosgrave came together, and they put on 33. So that sums up the first innings. The players will be another 20-25 minutes getting probably a curry for dinner. I do have to depart and leave the second half commentary-less, but if somebody would be willing to take it on, they'd be more than welcome to see you through to the conclusion of this game. Niall, of course, will provide you with all the technical assistance you need, but I'm being collected to go to a barbecue, and what a barbecue it's going to be tonight. I believe Max has been marinating and pounding all day in preparation. There's the 4 overthrows. Well, wasn't the day bright for Pembroke at that stage?
8.
So now we'll leave you with the highlights of the first innings. I'm going to take what I feel is a well-deserved break. The rest of you may think I'm just being lazy. And we'll join you again for the start of the second innings shortly. Well, just as the national anthems are finished for South Africa and New Zealand in Ellis Park, thus the umpires decide that's the exact moment to go back out to the middle. Well, clash of the heavyweights in Ellis Park. In terms of Leinster cricket, it's a Premier League clash here. Pembroke in the field now, defending their first innings total of 200. And opening the Pembroke bowling today, it looks like it's going to be left arm over. Samet bowling from the St John's end. And it looks like Pooh Sharma will be bowling from the nursery end. He's marking out his run-up, raising up a few clouds of dust as he does so. Do wish bowlers would just use markers. I think we might turn Dougal down a bit now, not because of what's happening on the pitch, but because the Balbriggan side taking up station. In fact, I might just move Dougal round the corner. So Samet coming in for his first ball. That familiar stutter we see now, and that's a very good start, a good first ball. Going across the right-hander into Holland's hands. Well, that's a good start for Pembroke. And they'd love to make an early breakthrough here. Well, bat meets ball for the first time this innings. At the moment, the two fielders out for Pembroke in the deep. Long leg, Pooh Sharma. And down at third man, I assume that's Donica Tucker. Another good ball. Getting big on the batsman. That's a fine start from Samet. That one going a bit wide, and the umpire signalling it as such. And Balbriggan are on the board. Just 200 required now. So nobody's taken me up on the offer of allowing you to commentate from 5 o'clock onwards here at Pembroke as I depart. And that one's played. Oh, it's a great bit of fielding at point, and that saved runs. That has saved 4 runs. Joe Prendergast there, very athletic, getting high to knock that one down, not let it get past him. Well, if that's reflected in the next 49.2 overs, you're grand to go across now, actually. Well, Pembroke will do very well. Great piece of fielding there, Peter. Where did he learn that from? Well, this is a good opening over. Samet opening the bowling for Pembroke today. Again, he just has this stutter as he gets level with the umpire. Just think that there's a couple of yards more pace in this gentleman's bowling. If he could just sort out that run up. This one wide of the batsman, cracked away on the offside, and it runs to the boundary despite the best efforts of Joe. Joe Prendergast chased that one right to the very end, but it went for 4 runs, and that concludes the first over. 5 on the board. So Pushama with the final warm-ups. As Pembroke go in search of these early wickets. Now, Pooh can be a bit expensive, especially opening the bowling. But he does have that lucky knack of taking wickets if and when Pembroke want them. That's much better. And you cross them over. Well, it was going to be a wide even if it was a stumping, and it wasn't on this occasion. Pawing at the ground. He begins his run up now. Started with a wide. Accelerates into the wicket. That's a much better ball. That's a big appeal. Willie Clark is unmarked, unmoved, and unmarked. That's a super piece of bowling. I think Niall will be teeing up that so you can see the replay of it at the end of the over. Oh, right away. Stepped across. Well, I can only think that it may be pitched outside, and that's all it could be. It's umpire's call every time. Willie Clark said not out. They scamper through for a leg by. Pooh Sharma just can't believe it. Now, stay calm, Pooh. Stay calm. Another good ball. Oh! Family running past the microphones. I don't know about you, but my headphones were suddenly filled with the noise of a joyous child. Pooh Sharma. Played away on the offside, just be a single, well fielded. Again, good commitment from the Pembroke fielders. Left-hander in to face now. Joe Prendergast goes from the offside to the offside. Everyone else stays the same. 5-4 field. Well, somebody's drying their hands. Oh, that one sneaks through. The bye is turned down. Yes, and I'm surprised a few of them aren't inside watching the rugby. Yeah.
Pressure here, like. Come on.
You heard it here first. Go for a pint with Simon. There's a challenge. So Pushama in the middle of a very good over. He's been there or thereabouts since that first ball. This one's played away to third. Comes off the edge. Good afternoon. Right-hander in place. Joe again. Crossing from offside to offside. This is a fine battle between Pembroke's openers and Balbriggan's openers. Craig Holland standing up. Nobody behind him. Confusion in the field. Two fielders going for it. The batsman declined the single that might have been on offer. And it's 9 off 2.
No, he bowled one wicket, like it swung mild. It just kept him going away from his other.
Well, Samit to continue now. Well, that haze is still there. It's definitely not a clear blue sky. I wonder if that layer of haze is keeping heat in. Whereas we're getting the sea breeze. Do you know where it would have been nice to play today? Railway. Another good, accurate ball. Samit getting it right up there in the block hole that time. Left-hander on left-hander right now. Well, he's forced another defensive shot, another dot ball. As I say, I don't think this is going to come down to runs. This is about Pembroke taking 10 wickets, I feel. What do you think now?
I have to think so.
Well, nice steady stuff from the Balbriggan openers. They're just waiting for the loose ball, the loose delivery. What a glorious day it is here in Sydney Parade. A few people sitting down on the wall, soaking up the sun, as is the wall. Oh, that's very close to an edge, just a bit more height than the batsman thought. It rose just over the top of the bat and thudded into the keeper's gloves. Well, that was the closest Pembroke have come so far, except maybe, just maybe, that LBW appeal from Pushama. We think it may have pitched, well, in the words of DRS, pitched umpire's call on leg stump, or outside leg stump. This one nearly getting through. Not a huge amount of footwork there from the opener. Samit is getting that ball to come back into him. He'd be taking it away from a right-hander, but to the left-hander, it's just cramping him up for room at the moment. It does run the danger that if he drops one in short on that line, there'll be a big pull shot coming out. Well, that one certainly isn't short. Neat work by the keeper. But 3 go onto the board. 1 courtesy of the wide. And 2 for the scampering up and down they did. the end of the over. This one flies off the edge, and Pooh Sharma does enough, stops enough of it. Samit's second over done, third for the team, and the score has moved on to 13. Just if your private conversations wish to remain private, that was all. Good haircut, Pete. Peter Marshall, sporting his summer haircut. Meaning I'm not the only one who was sheared this week on behalf of the Heat. Well, left-hander now, starting to feel it. He's looking to play the shot to the ball, maybe, that isn't the loose one. Well, that's another one. Well, 10 minutes into the Rugby Championship. South Africa 0, New Zealand 0 is the score at the moment. Sounds like a humdinger. Will the blue dress distract the batsman? Not enough, apparently. He plays a nice solid defensive shot to that ball from Pooh Sharma. Looking for runs. Keen to take all they can out of this. Oh, do you know, it happened in the first innings. It happens again in the second innings. They didn't cross before the ball was thrown.
So they just after the ball went past, they ran one more, so that should be 7. So they ran 3.
No, if they cross before
the ball goes over the boundary, which they did. So
no, they didn't.
No, it's
When it was thrown.
it's had they crossed as the ball left the thrower's hand.
Thrower's hand, not the boundary.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
And they hadn't.
Yeah, they'd already crossed. Yeah. No, I thought it was before the ball went over the boundary.
That one hit back at the bowler. Well, Balbriggan will be very pleased with this. It's a good start, and they've seen off almost a couple of overs each of the openers. Starting to feel a bit more comfortable, seeing the ball a bit bigger. However, overthrows like that, they certainly help. Do you know what that looks like to me? You do, don't you? mean, I like sweetness, but that is, my God. I don't know what the tropical fruits are, but I suggest they come with 2 pounds of sugar as well. There. Niall digs into the bag for the factor 30. And the sunglasses. Well, there's optimism for you. I'd have thought the sunglasses would have been on bright and early this morning. Nicely played back at the bowler. Samet does well to get down to that, stopping any runs. He wasn't to know the cover behind him, certainly had it in hand. Well, 19 for no wickets. This is often the way with Pembroke. And here is the proprietor of One Ed Sports. How are you this evening?
Very good, thank you very much. And yourself?
Grand.
Have you enough for run?
Are you all closed up now?
Oh yeah, 4 o'clock on Saturday.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, that one's on the full, and it's dispatched beautifully. That will be 4 runs and a no ball. Well, that's a superstar for Balbriggan. It's not what Samet wanted. Well, isn't it lovely out here today? Faintest of breezes, just keeping the temperature down on the far side. But if you want the real heat, you'll come and sit on the wall. See, number of club members down there now, soaking up the rays as Phil starts backing down Cyril's way. I'm sure that's an offence in some countries. That's big, it's straight, it's a long way, and it's onto the roof of the nets. Well, it's up there now. It came down with such force it didn't come off either. Fine shot, 6 for that one. And suddenly the score is rocketing along, and it's going to have to give Theo Lawson something else to think about. Wow, that was a nice shot and a big hit. Fletcher, who had a good first innings behind the sticks, a couple of catches, stumping. He's had a good day there. I see people arriving with supplies for tonight. Billy Gallagher celebrating a landmark holiday, birthday this year. If you want to know the landmark, you can ask him yourself. President of this club. A fine 2 years he had in charge. That was a big 6. As high as as far as it went. Came down almost straight onto the top of the nets. Samet now to continue. And this one's short. And that's another 4. And suddenly, Theo Lawson's going to have to make a tough decision here. He went with the left armour, looking for the early breakthrough. It hasn't happened so far. And there's the latest shot. 4 clubbed to the fence. That's a much better ball. Much closer to the batsman, not giving him the room. And that's what the secret is here. .34 off And this, the 5th over. Well, I don't think Balbriggan are going to have trouble with the run rate. Well, it's safe to say it's not Samet's finest over. Pooh Sharma now striding in. Good afternoon, Zoe. How are you?
Good, you?
Excellent. Zoe Bell, winner of a cup medal this year with the women's seconds. They did that last weekend, last Sunday. And last night the women's thirds added to the silverware collection. So the tally at the moment runs, I think, underage of 1-2. The ladies section, women's section of 1-2. And the open section of 1-1. Joe Prendergast will be leading the seconds in search of the second trophy for the open section. His second 11 are in the Tulane Cup final. I think that's on the 14th. That one's played away. Fine fielding by Hoey. No, they're grand. Nicely clipped off his legs. There is a man down there, but they'll be looking for 2, and they'll decide against it. But that was a lovely shot, just clipped off the feet, and it ran away for what in the end was just a very easy single. That's a half-decent ball, but it's being clipped away again. He had to get that. It was running onto his pads, and that would have been a big shout from Pooh, but instead he managed to get a good bit of bat on it. It's run away to the boundary at the square leg. 4 more onto the total. And Balbriggan are off to a flyer here. Johnny, nice Middlesex hat. Does make you easy to spot on your way round, though. Johnny Bell sporting the pink Middlesex hat. Souvenir of the summer smash that Leinster Cricket held here a couple of years ago. Oh, he's gone big for that. Well, that's the sort of thing I mean. He may be, well, slightly dearer in taking his wickets. Good evening, ladies. Well, one thing about the lack of rain we've had and the drought conditions, one has to say, it does take its toll on the ball quite quickly. The dusty pitch, very abrasive, of course. You can see the outfield is absolutely parched of water, and although it looks quite green on these wonderful pictures Niall is bringing it, let me assure you that when you look up close at it, there's a huge amount of dust. You can see it each time the ball pitches, especially in the outfield. Another one that's stump to stump. Balbriggan on the sidelines now being split up. A couple of them, at least one, will be required to go down the far end and move the screen. I think it will be two of them. Change of bowling now. No surprise after that last over from Samet. 6 overs on the board now. 39 runs. Fletcher has played very nicely for his 23. And Dara, well, he's reached 10 without too much fuss. Oh, yes. Gavin Hoey now to come on from the St John's end with his leg spin. Well, Pembroke are going to need him to bowl exceptionally well today. It's getting a bit dusty out in the middle, despite the waterings that Dale gives it each evening.
And Susan's there as well. Okay.
Absolutely parched ground here. Hoey's first ball. Good start indeed. We'll butt out at the family reunion. It will reduce your background noise. Oh. Oh, that's such a good delivery. Batsman thought he could cut that away. It got him through to the keeper. It could have been on the stumps. This time, batsman making sure he gets on top of it. Oh yeah, it's gone. I've had it right down anyway. As I said, we botted it out of the family reunion. Oh, and more. It's a big family gathering tonight, I can tell you. They finally push one out on the leg side. They take the single. Dermot Tucker does the tidying up. I'm tempted just to put it on air and let people decide for themselves. Perhaps somebody would tell them. Do you want to go and tell them? So Pooh Sharma coming to the end of his, just starting his 4th over. And that's clipped away beautifully, and that's run away for 4 as well. That takes the score on to 44 in this, the 8th over. You're on air. Your private family conversations are on air. There are microphones out on the ground. No insider share dealing though. There we go, back with the ground noise. That's better from Pooh Sharma. Pembroke could really do with a breakthrough from these opening. Well, already Samet has had to be withdrawn from the attack. Very expensive over he had. Come on, Pooh. Umpire just having a quiet word with Pooh Sharma. Probably about his follow through.
Hang on there for a second. Wait.
No, wait there.
Wait, right there. Stop.
And that's played out the leg side. They take on the arm. Lawson has a throw. Oh, it's just, I don't know, hair's width, page width. Well, it doesn't matter. It missed. But it would have been interesting. But good running from the Balbriggan pair. Lawson did very well there.
Here we go. Start here to finish. Come to finish here, Manu.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. He got onto that, he climbed into it, and it's just smacked that over. What a great bike. Well, that's the end of Pooh's 4th. One feels that Lawson, standing mitch pitch, might be tempted to make a change at the other end as well. He'd love to have run Pooh for a couple more overs. But that shot there may have just been enough to ensure that Theo Lawson's mind is decided. And he'll make a change at the nursery end. Gavin Hoey to continue, though, from the Wheelfield St John's end. For the love of. Chipped away on the leg side again. Gavin Hoey to continue. Oh, nearly gets that one through. How did that miss? 49 on the board now, and we're only in the 9th over. Bit of encouragement in the field. Now we can again listen to the sounds of the ground. Hoey bowling around the wicket. And this one clipped away on the leg side. It will just be a single. Hoey now deciding to come over the wicket to the right-hander. see what you mean about flip-flops. This one paid round the corner. Pooh Sharma makes sure he gets something behind it. And he stays the single. 50 on the board now, quarter of the way there. Well, the car park must be full because people are starting to park on the junior pitch. Shows what a good crowd there is coming in here today. Well bowled. Oh. New Zealand 13-0 up in the rugby. Sounds like a try, 2 penalties and a conversion. Certainly a big game for them. I don't think I've ever known of the All Blacks losing 4 in a row. They've dropped to 4th in the world, which I find quite incredible. But with it being New Zealand, my tip right now is New Zealand for the World Cup, because you won't get better odds than you will right now. Pooh Sharma getting another over. The captain must have seen enough so far to decide he's worth it. That he will create chances. That's just clipped away. And it reaches the fence, and it's 4 more onto the total. $15-0 now. So that 13-0 must have been a try without a conversion. I think any Kiwis watching this will be happier than any Saffers. 15-0, that'll be tough to come back from. That's nicely played out on the offside, but it finds the fielder. Not even an effort at a run there. Pooh Sharma desperately seeking this breakthrough now. Oh, that one just evading everybody. And that's gone as well. That'll be 4 byes. It might not be against Pooh Sharma, but it's against Pembroke. And the score moves on to 58 in this, the 10th over. Well, you've got to be thinking perhaps that there will be a change made. That's 8 runs off the over so far. It's in the air, but it bounces a few feet in front of the fielder. Two to come. Stump to stump. Overcalled. Well, one might say he was a little unfortunate. There was 4 that went for byes and 4 that came off the edge of the bat. Again, he's been making opportunities. They just haven't been taken as yet. 58 for none. 10 overs gone. The opening batsmen both going along quite nicely. 27 and 21. I'm guessing it's that's what I was guessing. That's what happens when you need more sets of glasses. More and more people setting themselves up in Pembroke today now. The bar table's filling up. The umbrella's all up, providing some shade and respite. Gavin Hoey now bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. He'll begin the 11th over. With Pembroke still trying to find the first breakthrough. Played along the ground, out to the offside boundary rider. He throws it back in. Changing the field, left-hander now. Screen moved again. That screen's going to get a bit of business here, I feel. Well, I've seen picnic tables and picnic blankets laid out. People really are making the most of this glorious weather here in Sydney Parade today. If you want a little bit of a breeze, that's available on the far side, on the railway side. See President Barry Tucker over there. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Bit of bounce on that one. .59 on the board. We're in the 11th over. Search for a breakthrough becoming more and more urgent. Gavin Hoey cut away to the boundary in front of the bar, and in fact it hits the rope and hops the fence, the hedge, causes no damage and goes back in. Yep. I do feel that Cricket Leinster should have a supply of shirts. Maybe Pembroke should do it. A supply of shirts. You take a catch in the crowd, you get a shirt. Despite Hoey's dive, the ball runs out mid-off. No single taken. They are being a bit cautious around Gavin Hoey's leg spin. However, the rest of their batting has been such that run rate isn't the issue. That one's a beautiful delivery. All it did was fail to take the edge of the bat. Everything else seemed to be quite right with it. Good bit of fielding work from Pooh Sharma. Saves the boundary, keeps it to a single. That's the end of Gavin Hoey's over. And it looks like a change of bowling at the other end. It looks like it will be Paul Lawson to come on from the nursery end. Pooh Sharma's spell. 5 overs. But again, Balbriggan have got off to a great start here. Well, one can see why they're top of the league this year. And wouldn't it be a great thing to see Balbriggan taking away honours? Club that has invested a huge amount in its facilities. And it's a very well-run club up in Balbriggan. Yeah. Yeah. Two Balbriggan spinners. Now taking control of the sight screen at the nursery end. Well, the thing is, he's only switching every ball. If you take a single every ball. So, Paul Lawson introduced with 64 on the board, and Paul will be bowling the 12th over. Comes off the outside edge of the bat and runs away down to third man. Pooh Sharma is after it. He will pick it up in front of the rope. And he gets it back, but 2 runs are taken. Paul Lawson just making his field is exactly where he wants it. Good call of no. Another dot ball for Lawson. I wonder how many dot balls Paul has bowled in his career. Well, I for one would be willing to bet it's more than 7. Oh, that one just turning away from the edge of the left-hander. 2 to come in the over. And it's been a fine first over. How many times have Pembroke gone to the well of Paul Lawson? Batsman trying his best to put Lawson off, taking a big step outside leg stump to give himself room. Lawson wasn't fooled. It was just a ploy from the batsman. This time he senses some width and cracks it out into the offside and just takes the single. And he's limping. He's gone down. He's got some cramp, and who's not surprised? 12 overs gone. Hello again. The Bell convoy, Zach and Jake, Mother Nikki, wheeling their bikes past us. Well, opening batsman suffering with a bit of cramp. That's not good at the best of times. A little bit dehydrated, down on minerals and salts. Bit of Diorolite will sort that out. Why is it the stuff that's so good for us tastes so bad? But it does. So, Gavin Hoey now, coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Hoping to turn the ball into him. Good ball, well played round the corner. Samit does the fielding. Nothing to do there but save the single. Try as I might. I don't think I'm going to hold out for drinks, so excuse me for a minute. Somebody's crockery bill has just gone up a bit, I feel. That sounded like a very good pile of plates crashing to the floor. I wonder how many were broken there. Well, it's at this stage of the evening, folks, where I'm going to bid farewell to you. Noel will take you through to the end of the game. And once again, if anybody fancies a short stint of commentary, you know that the viewing public will appreciate it, as that one is hit down towards the Wheelfield Road gate. Well picked up by Joe Prendergast, but also good running from the Balbriggan bats. So in this, the 13th over, as I say, I'll bid you farewell and thank you for your time and attentions. Are you here tomorrow now? Sixes are on the main square.
At what time?
It's well, A, at what time, and B, will the opposition turn up? Oh, Gavin Hoy makes the breakthrough. He's bowled him, and he's delayed with that. The batsman's wondering how it happened. Well, I'll tell you, sir, it's all on YouTube. You can watch it on Pembroke Cricket Live. You just go into the recording there, and you'll find that one. That was a beautiful delivery from Hoey. How can I leave now? My goodness. Well, that's the breakthrough that Pembroke needed, and obviously my departure, or imminent departure, a big factor in that, as De Freitas heads out to the middle now. Once again, I'm trusting the fact that the name on the back matches the name on your screen. Here's the replay. And that's a lovely delivery. Gavin Hoey absolutely delighted. He's pumped to getting that wicket, and that's the breakthrough that Pembroke needed. Well, Fletcher departs. Sounds like an England side of the 80. Fletcher and De Freitas. Fletcher, of course, coach Duncan, coach of England back in the 90s. Well, here's the man of the evening. Absolutely. You don't have to. The microphone's there. Pick up everything you say, Billy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, big birthday today?
Yeah, big birthday, yeah. What are you going to say to you?
What day is it?
What day?
What day is your birthday? Is it today your birthday? 22nd of August, but we're celebrating it tonight.
Yeah.
Excellent. Billy, I have to nip off tonight. I have a prior engagement, but have a great night. And I'm sure the bar profits will show a healthy sign tomorrow morning. Have a great night. I haven't told anybody a number, by the way. That's up to you. They can ask you. Paul Lawson now bowling from the nursery end. And the first one gets hit out on the offside. Fielder on the boundary comes around, picks it up cleanly. There won't be two there. That's very well fielded. Paul Lawson will now have the new batsman in front of him, left-hander. There could be a bit of sight screen moving to be done yet. Anyway, as I said, thank you very much. I'm going to go enjoy a cool one before I head off to my barbecue. I really do hope that the attendees and the Gallagher family and everyone else have a great night tonight.
Black. Totally black. Back. And no flickering. No flickering.
One of those right for wide.
wicket's fine now.
Yeah, just for Faruqi. Five for four here. 5 for 4.
Need to?
Keep walking.
Oh, you want to say that? Huh?
I feel like I'm always on edge though.
Me as well,
Even on the field.
Get 83 bottles, you still have 5 of them.
Barney, all right, lad. You're struggling, are you? Oh yeah, I need that thing.
Andy? Just be aware.
Karen. No, I'm not fasting.
That's the initial. When the phone rings at midnight and you're like, you know, yeah, what's happening? And then of course Mark Drake. Oh, okay, I'm on my way to intermission. And I'm a complete cool commentator. I am. I'm as cool as can. How are you? So is it just you, no girlies? Just me, no girls.
Down. Hold on, Johnny.
Nice canvas, Joey.
Go, Paul.
I think we're fine.
Paulie, here we go, lads.
Yeah, you can't sit there. It's okay.
Pressure here, lads. Nice pressure here.
Like you can go now. If you want, yeah, go if you want.
So bizarre. Declan McGovern was asking, like, how did you get to me?
Go in, go in. Go, 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 go.
downstairs before when we came in. But it's fine if they're both.
Apologies for the break in the stream we had. I knew there was something I was meant to do at between innings. Fingers crossed everything's okay again now.
Bubbles! Here we go, down the track! Catch it, JP! Easy. Ollie. She's the image of Michelle.
say something, but I go to somebody else.
Michelle, she is yours. She really. Which one? This one. Oh, that's okay. No, no, no. Until they open their mouths.
Asha, Ash.
Until she opens her mouth. And then it's like,
No, but like, it looks like a lot of
no, I did get one.
but like tiny.
Oh my God, you talk about, I'm glad I was not with him. I would have been mortified.
There's a guy I know really, really like him, and I always assumed he's older than me. And he kept showing me pictures of him making. Oh, wow, you're a grandfather. COVID accident.
Could you imagine?
The next kid up was 14.
Looking hard for 5. Looking hard for 5.
Hannah, where are you going, lovey? Does she want to go to? Do you want to go back where all the other kids are? No. I would have been. If somebody said that to me, man, I'm like, when I see my friends,
Like, oh, okay.
maybe he is though. He could be.
Come on out, bro. Keep going here.
See, this is my baby. This is my oldest baby. This is my oldest baby. I have 3. I will always have 3 babies, but you know what? I'll have them. I know.
Here's your commentator. Yep.
Got
to eat yourself.
Good dodge these, lads. Good dodge these. That's your cap.
I know that. That's not a problem. But I did know that there was that reality of.
Work, Gregor. Here we go. Pass your chair.
Who said he's moving home? Who said he's moving home? And a friend of mine has already asked me. A friend of mine has already asked me.
Easy, easy. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Jokies.
I saw them.
Me, a niece, and a nephew are coming to Nigeria to go to secondary school. She's going out of state. She wanted to, she wanted Jamie to be an adult, and then
I did. I did too. But I wasn't.
Took me a second though. It was like,
I went for it with about like
hey, this person
60%
waiting.
confidence.
No, he probably knows me. But really. Then I saw Philip.
he's starving Marvin, guys. Yeah?
Manners is crazy.
Well, Mom, it's looking such, yeah. Dark. Dark. Great. We were up there late over there, and now that we 60. So how many now? 52. Am I old? Thank you.
You do want your house.
That's right, you and Jack and Alfie are your cousins. I forget the connection. And where do you guys live? Oh, you're retired. Oh my goodness.
We're on the outside of West Park with me and Kieran. Next fancy.
Here we go, I like this. 5 of this fella, I like this.
I'll tell you
From Pembroke.
I live in Limerick. Okay, so you're at the other course golf, not quite at Ennis, or past Ennis.
Your great grandfather was Jeremiah when they changed his. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Really?
Let's see how out here. Let's see how out here.
Oh, there's got to be a connection. Oh my God, that is.
One Paulie.
Just realised here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, just past Ennis. And then I live in Limerick. I know the lifeguards were having a rough time with keeping lifeguards. Okay. Yeah, normally I would go out to the Hinch, but I think he's Spanish. It's the same thing as Spanish Point, yes, it was like the whole way into Zone Beach. Yeah, that's slightly for
How many of you got 3 down? Two buildings, 2 at the far end, 1 at the centre. Well, we're doing well for you where we are, but we've got to capitalise.
Yeah, but the only way we can get the super value. Remember you used to kind of go super value tokens? That's how we get our super value. Can we go
Hannah, if you're going up, will you go in behind the back of the screen? Sure.
Very good, very good. Keep going there, Stevie. Well done. That's it. Paulie here, lads, with Paulie. Let's see 8. Let's see 8 and 9 out here. Come on, lads. That's Paulie.
push here, big push. Down. Sorry lads, keep working here.
Là-bas, entre les buissons, il y a un robinet. Entre les buissons, il y a un robinet là.
I know, it's just basically by a team from non-pressure. Locally, on the couch like he can be out in the company.
I know all the places on the coast. I know how to get to where all my friends live, but Oh, the North, the light version might be. I thought she was getting white one. That's not bad. North 2T or I don't know. Just gently got it away. I wasn't gentle.
See where the cable goes a little.
Wait, there's someone on the other side, be careful.
I think I realised why she was wondering what you have. Okay, we get you back in your book.
Yeah, if you want to put it away, put it away.
Great score, done it. Come on, Donica, get us one here, they're done. No one on that bench wants anything to do with this. Come on. Well done, Dahi. Miracle. Catch it! Oh. Hit them! Hit them! It's chaos! Very good! Oh, got a yes nose! Maybe so. Up on the women's stuff when the games are on. Well, Donica. It's fine, we'll vote. Could have gone anywhere, yeah?
was like, I looked at it, I was like,
cross. Not cross. No, no, no.
Wait, be careful, be careful. Well, Stormy. Easy. Here comes 5 more dots for us, lads. Come on, Stormy. Great stuff, Stormy.
roll aloft is the third angle. Very wonderful placement.
Sweet. Gonna. Yeah, he's gonna go.
I'm just out there. I'm just out there. Come on, Stormy! Come on!
Come on, Donica, this man wants nothing to do with this. Not the out sitting in the shade over here, silly boys. Come on. Joey, more action. No part of this. Joey. That way, look at me. That's good, Joe, that's good. Yeah. Come on. Get one down someone's throat and get back to the shade here. Come on.
Steady now, Donica. Come on, steady now.
Roll with you here, Donica. Roll with you, fella. I wouldn't fancy it either. Yes, Storm.
On your own?
Yep.
They abandon you?
Yep. Craig had other plans.
Every time, so Amy said they don't go back. Whether we're on the cricket team or the pitch or not. Yeah. I know this is fine.
JT!
Where are you from? I think you need to
I'm going to be in front of the camera there.
Great bowling, Stormy. That's excellent, Tunica. Here we go, Storm. Excellent, Stormy. Great rhythm, Tunica. Great shape, Stormy. David. Yes, Stormy.
There's the big one over there, you're fine.
coming, Pembroke, coming. Patience here, patience here. Well done, a cat. Good, Stormy. Great bowling, Stormy.
Back in the 1960s, the Maroons about maybe exactly the same way.
They won't win this game. Come on.
Don't do what I did.
I had been waiting right beside
Go, Malik.
No pressure on that cut. This is the pressure.
Excellent, Stormy!